mentioned the stream or not? If you want. Stream.
Okay, might as well start moving. Just wait a few more minutes to see if there's anyone else going to be wandering in. A filler? You don't tempt me. I am a musician by trade. Doesn't pay well enough. Well, I think we might as well just get started, and won't bother to wait for the slowpokes that are still wanting a coffee. Thanks everyone for coming and braving the weather. I mean, the weather is not pleasant, of course, so I appreciate you guys making the effort to come out here. But the bed does look nice sometimes when you look out the window. So thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to the Term 2 Mitie Conference event at St. Catherine's. Thank you for St. Catherine's and the team for hosting this event and being available for it. As we get started, I would first like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation. We pay our respects to elders past and present. So we will also like to thank them, we'll thank again, but we'd like to thank the speakers who have put their hands up to actually speak at this event as well, so that we can actually make the event happen. Without the speakers that we have, and we wouldn't be able to do this. And I don't know about you, but I look forward to these term conference events because I love hearing from the community and what you're doing in your schools, but it's also nice to have to be able to network and have conversations and just be able to relate to all the difficulties that we may have in our jobs. So thanks for coming and being involved. And any show of hands, anyone, is this their first Mitie event that they've come to? Yeah, well, we have a few names, good. So welcome to this. I'm assuming you're on the Mitie forums. Thanks for coming and joining this event. I'm excited to see you guys get involved in the community, and I hope we can support you as best as possible. It's just a bit about Mitie. If you don't know, obviously we're collaborative forums, but also running conferences. We're nationwide as well. We do run conferences in multiple different states in Australia. So if you want to get involved, there's plenty of room to get involved. Whether you want to volunteer your time to help with any of these conferences or various other, or even just collaborating on the forums, we would love to have you a part of that. So kind of moving on, you don't want to hear from me too much, but I think the important thing we need to kind of go through is Wi-Fi. There is Wi-Fi here. You've got the details up on the screen. I'll leave it there for a moment, but if you connect to the SSID Mitie _event, and then I'm not going to try to tell you what the password is, but you can see it on the screen there. I'll leave it for there, and you can not use your data, or data, sorry, I'm an American, so the accent's obviously different. All right, how are we all going? Still a few people on their phones and laptops. think most of us are on, which is good. Well, look, most importantly, I do want to acknowledge the sponsors for this event. With them, we definitely can't run these events. The support that they provide in Mitie, obviously covers costs for coffees and the catering and the various things that we run throughout the year. So I want to acknowledge them. So we have Compass, CyberPulse, Desire AV, iSAMS, LimeWise, Next Technologies, Central, and Veracross. And so they will be here all day. As many of you know from previous conferences, they will be just in you've probably all been in there already, but in the hall just next to us, they have all their stands there. So I encourage you during lunchtime and morning tea breaks, please go see them and just and hear them out. I know that all these companies, have some kind of solution that will be helpful for your school, and so it'd be good to have a chat with them and seeing if they can help support, to help and partner with you as a school. But look, moving on, to kick us off this morning, we're hearing from David Beattie, sorry, did I pronounce it that right? Sorry about that if I didn't, who will share the inside look of the ICT journey of St. Catherine's. And yeah, please welcome him.
Thanks, Lance. 1, 2. Thanks, Lance. Welcome, everyone. Sorry about the password. We wanted to make it complex. When I asked my team to turn Wi-Fi on here, we were going to leave it open. We thought, let's just put a proper password on. I wanted a passphrase, but we thought that was a bit too much. A little extra housekeeping as well, just in case there's any emergencies, tones will ring out. Just follow the instructions of St. Cath's staff who will appear at some point, including myself. Lance mentioned that you can exit out that way to the MPH, which is our hall out there where the sponsors are. Toilets are just out in this corridor near the coffee as well. Any questions, just grab me if you like. So, St. Catherine's, who are we? We are an all-girls school. We were originally created for daughters of the clergy who were in this area, this diocese, to get an education for their daughters in 1856. So that makes us 169 years old. We are the oldest Anglican all-girls school in Australia, which is a nice tag there. About 1,125 students, K-12, with 60 boarders from the senior school, and about 250 staff as well, including casuals. A little bit of stats from last year. Just under half of the girls got an ATAR of over 90 and above. We're ranked 24th in the state from last year's SMH HSC rankings. Even though we're a very small plot here, only 5 acres, but we have a small patch of grass which you're not allowed to walk on, actually, as well. We are quite spotty as well. So we've recently won like an AFL tournament for national champions, but the last 3 years in a row we've been first 8 rollers national champions, and that's a big claim for the school too. And we are very big on creative arts as well, as you can see with this nice theatre we have built. Some information about what we have in systems-wise. So we're a synergetic and sector school. We have Canvas as an LMS, which we're actually implementing now. It's part of one of our big projects. We don't use it just yet, but we are rolling that out throughout the year. My colleague Liam, who's speaking next, will expand on that a little bit. DigiStorm as our funnel and parent app. We have Cisco infrastructure. SharePoint as well. So we're one of the last schools on-prem with SharePoint. And that's another big project for us, which we're moving online. I won't go into that, but that's a big one we're working on. QSIS throughout the school in terms of classrooms, pagings, bells, and linking to different event spaces. We're a Microsoft school, so we have managed devices from 3 to 9. K to 2 is iPads, and then years 10 to 12, we have a BYOD program, but most of the girls choose Macs. For whatever reason. I think it's because they look really good, but we're predominantly a Microsoft school. Now, who am I? So I have a bit of an interesting background coming from production and AV. When I first started about 25 years ago, my first expectation of what I would do in my career was TV and film production. So I expected, or what I wanted to be was like Steven Spielberg, and I wanted to be a film director. And here's a picture of me in my first job holding a Steadicam. That's quite a long time ago. So that's basically what I wanted to do. But then I went further into a lot of AV production. So I worked in different companies, corporate companies, as well as live production events, and I worked in concerts, road shows. Predominantly, I worked in the first few years with Jamie Oliver. So I worked on a tour series that went around Australia, in New Zealand, and he liked what we did, and then he took us to the US. We did a book signing tour all the way around the US. Then we went to the UK and worked on good food shows, and then parts of Asia as well. So it was a bit of a whirlwind there. And after a while, I moved back into broadcast, and I ran a corporate TV studio for a little while, and then I went into corporate, and then eventually into education, and I worked at Abbotsleigh for 6 years and managed their AV department there until I moved overseas. So I went to India for a couple of years, and then I went to London for 3, and that's where I got a fair bit of leadership experience in my role at Bloomberg there, and I'll talk more about that in a moment as well. Just before COVID, came back into another AV broadcast role in a corporate company, and then I got tapped on the shoulder to apply for the role here as Director of ICT, and this is where I've been for almost 2 years, and I'm loving it, I have to tell you. I've also put the AV user group there, which is, I want to mention it because I'm in the steering committee for that group, and it's an organisation that's very similar to Mitie, but it's mainly aimed at end users of AV, and we're trying to build up the education section of or membership of that as well. So that's where my time goes. So when I started here, my expectation of what I would do in this role, coming in as a new leader, I would have a nice organised desk with lots of already preset systems, and I'll just add a little bit of value wherever I can. But the reality was a little bit more like this. And I don't know if that's familiar to a lot of you, but I'm not necessarily just exactly unhappy. I'm not unhappy. This is just what Copilot spat out. But if you think about the desk is untidy, and it's a bit of a metaphor that way, so lack of systems, lack of process or direction, I guess. And this is what I sort of walked into. So to expand a little bit, on my first day, I thought I'd have a little bit of a observation. I thought I'm not going to come in and change anything straight away. I don't know what to change. I know I can add value, but I thought, okay, let me just observe what happens. So I had this interesting observation with the service desk where I would see students come up asking for all sorts of things. They'd have laptops, they'd want a new charger, they want a stylus or a type cover, whatever it was. And my team were really, really good working with them. No questions asked. Anything was getting swapped. So I just sort of thought, okay, this is interesting how this interaction's happening. When I'm not noticing anyone writing anything down, but how are we capturing all this information? And then my team had actually said that, actually I asked the question, but what about your ticket system? Why don't we use the ticket system? And they said, we don't use the ticket system. And that's when I was like, can you say that again, please? And they said they don't use the ticket system. And I had to get a little bit more information out of them. And they actually do use a ticket system, but they weren't. The ticket system was on, and they were capturing information, but they weren't really referring to it. So they were using the emails. So a lot of times you have the emails that will just sync up with the ticket system. So they were managing all their workload via the emails. So I'll just give you a little highlight here. What they currently had was about 900 tickets in the system. And I'd worked out that, okay, this is something that I can actually help them with in terms of systems, process, to try and get them back on track with using the ticket system. So then I asked the question again about, what about your processes? And I was directed to a folder that was empty. So the procedures folder was there. And then in their defense, honestly, they're a great team. They do a lot of things really, really well, but the systems were in different areas. So the procedures were written in different folders all throughout our network. It wasn't any one sort of direct place. And of course, there was a lot of procedures lacking because over time things change and we don't really keep up to date with those new processes as well. So I thought, I've got 2 things I can work on straight away. So to give you an idea of what we have in terms of org structure, when I first walked in, there were 3 different team leaders from infrastructure, service desk, and database. And because we knew we had a lot of other work to do, I thought I'd make a little bit of changes there to sort of help the team, because what had happened was after a few months in, one of our team leaders from database was moving interstate, so we needed to fill that spot. We spent some time searching for a new lead. We couldn't find anyone, so then what we did was get our service delivery manager to manage this team for a little while. So I moved AV over to myself. Having an AV background, I thought it made sense. And then what we're going to do now actually is we have 3 people in this database team. We're going to promote one of those people into team leader role. We're working on that now. By the end of this month, that should happen. The theatre manager, the person who manages this space as well, was reporting to facilities at one point, as well as marketing and community relations. So I took on that role as well. Again, with my background, I thought I could help support that. We have a network engineer, which will be starting in a few weeks as well. So we're growing that infrastructure team. And we added a theatre assistant, which is basically a year 13 role. So we have some year 12 students who have an interest in production and different areas. So this is a chance for them in the next year or post their year 12 studies to get some real world experience and support with their learning if they're going into production. So they can help on musicals and anything that happens in the theatre here. And then another big thing we did was add a lead ICT integrator. So we already had integrators in the school, in the junior school and senior school, but there wasn't too much direction on what they were doing. They weren't really linking up with the different ICT-related projects we were doing, as well as the helping sort of bridge that gap with the school. So Liam, who's speaking next, is our lead integrator. It's a full-time role, and he's helping, like I said, bridge that gap between teaching and learning and the ICT space, all our projects. So Simon Sinek, I don't know if you know Simon Sinek, is this guy who has this company called The Optimism Company, and I like to think I'm very optimistic. And I'm just going to play a little clip here, and then I'll talk to it after, and he talks about fear of change.
I love this thing when you sort of these change management firms come in. It's like, people fear change. No, they do not. People fear sudden change. People fear uncertainty, right? That's what people fear. Change is not the problem. It's how we do change that's a problem. And one of the things I think almost every organization on the planet, big or small, can do better is communicate, right? Because communication, honest communication, like if you don't know the answer, don't lie. Everybody knows you're lying. It's like your kids know when you're stressed out, even you're like, everything's fine, right? And you're saying that so your kids will feel better, but they know you're lying, and it makes them more stressed because they don't know why you're lying to me, right? It's the same at work.
So like I says, the fear of change, and it's about communicating to people as well. So I have this saying that I found somewhere, I don't know where I found it, I think it was from John Maxwell, but don't quote me. Every frustration is the absence of a system. So when I was observing my team, how they interact and how there's a lack of systems there, I thought, well, this is great. People are frustrated because some things either work really well or some things don't. Maybe we can do things better. So having a system, it's just like I said, is a process. So an example here, I had an interaction with the team where, let's just say some students were coming in and there was a process that the guys follow and they wanted to get some laptops. Let's just say a student has a laptop to come to pick up. So many times the team will be out servicing the school. So there'll be other members of the team who are in there who want to sort of help the service desk, which I'd like to do that myself as well. So a student will come in, ask what their laptop was, and I'd look around thinking, oh, there's 100 laptops here. Is it one of these? And they'd say, yes, maybe. So there was a lack of a system there. So together, we came up with this idea of where we have a little section where the laptops can sit when we know that they're ready. A student comes in, it's labelled, it's clear. Very simple, but it meant that the rest of the team, including myself, could help support them. Another thing that happened, when I was in Bloomberg, one of my main roles when I was there was to create standards. And they had a lot of event spaces. It was a brand new building. And we had a reasonable sized team. There was about 3 people who ran all the events, and we wanted to grow them because there was a lot of demand for that. So I had a team member there who was very resistant to having the idea of having to document what he did. And he didn't really understand that what we wanted was to confirm his process. He thought we wanted to just come in and change the way he was doing it. And once I had that conversation with him to say that we didn't want to change the process, we wanted to confirm it, basically. So he was able to relax then, and his fears sort of disappeared. And what happened was we were able to create that standard for all these events, and then we grew the team from 3 people to 17. We had 17 contractors who managed all these big events across the Bloomberg space. And we did so well because having that standard and those processes in place meant that we were able to be consistent and very efficient throughout all the different events we had. And no matter which contractor we had coming into each event, it was all the same. And we did so well that we actually won an award, which was a proud moment for me with the team. We had Service Team of the Year for 2019. And I was almost as proud as being able to grow a beard here as well, but that's another achievement. But yeah, that was a great sort of thing, validating the work and getting everyone on board. There's another thing Simon says here as well about authority, and I'll just let him play this.
I think open and honest communication and bring people along on the journey and ask for help. Because the people at the top, this is David Marquet's work, people at the top have all the authority and none of the information. And people at the bottom have all the information and none of the authority, right? And so you want to close those gaps, because if you're looking to change how to implement a strategy, it's good for senior people to come up with strategy, but implementation of strategy, go to the front lines and say, how would you do this? In fact, start having those questions before you lay it in stone, because you might find out you're laying in stone and then it's unimplementable.
Learn about it before.
Bring frontline people into the meetings and say, what do you think?
Yep.
And then you'll feel that everybody's along for the ride.
I love how he says people at the top with all the authority but none of the information. And that's true for me in many respects, whereas I don't know how to do everything. And that's where you bring your team along to say, if they're experts in a different area, you get their skill set, you get their input, bring them along the ride for process change or even just collaborating with anything. And that's what worked with the Bloomberg guy as well, bringing them on board. Sorry about that. The bells are still running. We don't even have a break just yet. Moving on to like what I'm thinking about with management change. We've had a lot of change in management here at St Cat's recently, and having us collaborate with everyone else is a big advantage for us. So to give you an idea of how we were, basically we had a headmistress that was here for a couple of years. We were interim one, and she'd made a lot of changes in that time. So she introduced like a new director of IT, a new deputy, we had a new head of community relations, a new head of research. So there's all this new changes in leadership to help with different direction and strategy. And then after that 2 years tenure, we went with a brand new headmistress. So only recently at the beginning of this year, we've got a brand new head. So what that's done for this team who's working all together to help this strategy go forward was put a lot of question marks on our head to think, okay, well, where do we stand now? What's going to happen with this new head? Is she going to be aligned with this strategy that we've been working on for the last 2 years? Are they going to change anything? It's the same thing with myself coming into this new ICT team a couple of years ago, where my team might be thinking, what am I going to do? What are the changes? So one thing that I'm really happy with about what our current headmistress has done is introduce a ICT review. So we've taken advantage of the AIS's advisory review offering, and a lot of people might think that this is, you know, a scary thing to go through. It does sort of expose you in a little way. You know, when you get this report, you might think, okay, well, it will showcase a lot of things that you might be doing wrong, but it can also showcase a lot of things that you are doing right as well. And I think for us, it was very validating to see that there was a lot of ideas there that come out of this report that you know that you're actually doing and you're implementing and you're sort of doing well with that. But then it actually gives you this roadmap to proceed, to go forward as well. And it gives you this highly detailed priority list based on, you know, best practice and industry experience as well. And I think it's a very, very big advantage for myself to have and to share with my team as well, to know that we're all going to be able to be on the same page. And another thing it does is it goes back to this side where our headmistress, where we all thought we were not on the same page, it brings us on the same page together. So now we're pretty much all happy, in theory. We haven't done anything yet. We've got a lot to do, but it means that we're all on the same page. We can start together at the same point and all move forward together, basically together. So that's basically what I'm trying to say. So I think it's it's a huge advantage going through that. I'm very grateful that they've done this. And it was actually no endorsement for AIS in a way. You can make your own decision if you want to go there, but I would highly recommend it. And it means that wrapping up, it comes back to an expected reality rather than expectation versus reality. And this is kind of what it looks like now. It's still a messy desk because I've got a lot to do and there's a lot of process that's happening, but things are moving and I've got a smile on my face this time as well. And it means my team can go from a chaotic environment to a much more calm, relaxed, measured environment because we're all going to be organised, follow this process and communicate together and, yeah, hopefully achieve big things. That's all I wanted to say. So again, welcome. Thank you for your time. I've got a couple of minutes if anyone wanted to have any questions. Otherwise, we can move on. But I'm happy to answer any questions if you like. I don't think we have mics, but if you want, I'll just repeat the question if anyone wants to ask anything. Anything? If there's, oh yeah, you have one, sorry. The scale of the school?
Yeah, students, teachers.
Oh, student, the numbers, so I didn't get those numbers. So I think we have roughly, are you talking like in terms of like how many in the senior school and the junior school? So we have about 350 in the junior school, I think, does that sound right? 350 in the junior school, 750 or so in the senior school. Teaching staff, I'm not too sure, but there's 250 across the board, yeah. Yes, please.
ICT lead that you had up there on your org chart, does that report into you, or does that report into?
No, so the ICT lead integrator role reports to our director of research. And it was to the deputy head before. So we didn't want to have them report to ICT because we wanted them sitting a little bit separate because their role is separate and it links between education as well as ICT. So we thought they'd just be a key stakeholder. Yes?
With the ICT lead, are you able to extrapolate, like, what sort of involvement do they have in the decisions you're making? Are there particular areas that you bring them into the decision-making process, or where do they sit in?
Yeah, so the question is, where does the ICT lead, I'm just repeating for the stream. So the question is, the ICT lead, where do they sit in terms of decision-making, and how do we bring them in to that decision-making process?
And also, like, which domains of IT involved in as well?
And which domains do we involve them in? So maybe Liam can talk more about this next, because he's presenting next. He's our lead integrator. And as it's a new role, one thing I will say that, we did get a suggestion from the IAS was to create a steering committee. And that's something that, it was on the cards in a way, but this is sort of prompting us to fast track it. But the integrator will sit in that committee as well, and they'll be able to help with those making the decisions on any kind of new project that we might introduce, anything that is coming from the teaching side. So the idea for that role is for them to have the teachers go to the integrator with any kind of suggestions, with any kind of AI tools they might want to use, any software they might want to introduce into their teaching space. And then Liam can do that assessment, following some guidelines as well, and then bring that back to IT. And then he brings IT in as a stakeholder. So we will look after access, security, maybe we will pay for it as well. But in that respect, we don't have to get involved in choosing it for them. Whereas that comes from the teachers, goes through to the integrator, and then back into us. That's how that link was ideally going to work. Yes?
How long was the process for AIS IT audit?
The AIS, how long was the process for the AIS? It was, I think, about 2 weeks or so. I don't know, maybe I'm just guessing. My involvement was 2 weeks worth, but I think it can vary. I don't know, Graham, if you want to say anything there, or maybe we can talk offline about how that works. But in terms of how it worked for us, I think it went over 2 weeks, and then we got a report at the end. But I think you can vary it, right?
Yeah, so a couple of days on site, I'll interview people, and then it can take 8 to 10 weeks in total to write the report and deliver it. Yeah. That's our perspective on the workload.
But you can customize it, right?
Yeah. So we did a full review here. So if you had a particular interest in one aspect or any things that you got on the table.
What sort of areas can you target more specifically in this report? What are the sort of...
Well, there's 4 SIS vendors here as sponsors. So SIS is often a topic of interest amongst leadership groups for the sort of feedback. Your platform, your infrastructure, your cybersecurity, it's been interesting this year with the tabletop experience for cybersecurity as well.
Out of curiosity, are you using a particular architecture framework for those assessments?
No, it's a custom built adapted one based on their education experience. So it covers leadership experience applications and platform.
And to give you an idea what...
And this is not a sales pitch, David.
Yeah. That's a whole other topic we could talk about, I guess. But what you get out of it is like we got a priority list, goes through your applications, goes through your project list, goes through your leadership, goes through your staff skill levels as well. So it covers a big range of things. Yeah.
Value out of
10? I'd say 9 for me. Like I said, I'm very optimistic as well. So it's 9. There's a lot of work to do. But yeah, I think it's a huge advantage for us.
Yes, I'm just going to comment on that because it's very difficult to get a number of a value. We gone through the same process 5 years ago Forget about the time, forget about the framework, forget about everything. It did help us with what you said about bridging the front line, the information, to the leadership and the strategy. And that's bridging the gap was the game changer for us. And it will depend on the size, complexity, lots of things, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Any more questions? Otherwise, we can move on to the next session. Liam will go through a little bit more about change at the school as well. Otherwise, thanks very much for your time.
Yes, thanks for that, David. That was a very good start to the day so far. And I think a lot of us can relate coming into a school and 900 tickets that weren't closed. That's impressive. I think that's definitely higher than what I had. But yeah, I'm sure we can all relate to that there. But yeah, look, we'll keep things moving. Next we have Liam, as David mentioned there. He is going to be talking on, the title of his talk is, I just had it in front of me, covert change management, leading from the middle. I love that word, covert. I'm excited to hear what you're going to be talking about and share how change management can be covert. So yeah, look, please welcome Liam as he comes up here and speaks.
Sorry, thank you. I think I'm on this mic here. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about what I mean by covert. Hopefully I don't disappoint. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself first. Leading from middle as a middle leader, new to this role this year, and I'll actually stop and give you, there's a few questions about my role, so I'll give you points to answer those questions there. Or I can answer those questions. Just tell you a little bit about myself first. So I've started teaching, a primary school teacher, started teaching in 2009, so a bit later into the profession, teaching in London, and actually working through 3 schools in London, started doing an interest in computing and leading the computing in the teaching, and when that changed in the syllabus in the UK, that was literally things like algorithms came in. It stopped being about how to use devices for students, how to teach them more about coding, things like that. But that also meant the staff, and there's a real dearth in knowledge from staff. And that's kind of I started teaching them. Actually, my school, Jubilee Primary School, which I left in 2015 to move to Australia, we had really quite a different IT setup to here. So we had 30 plug-in desktop computers. Most of the students knew how to unplug the USB and replug it to get the mouse to work. There was a Malcolm who came in at 0.5, half a day every week or so, and he was our IT person. Other than that, it all fell down to me. As a full-time primary school teacher and leading computing, I would also be called on to build the website, unbelievably, even though I had no coding experience, help fix the computers, even the photocopier. I got a message from someone 5 years later saying, the photocopier is broken, Liam. And they looked at the sign, can you help us out? And then, so it was quite different coming to St. Catherine's. I came here as a junior school teacher in 2016, moving across, obviously, with my family. And it had this IT system, these amazing resources, devices, one-to-one devices, not quite at that time for junior school, but just but certainly in senior school. And it was just like a different world. My job, I started doing junior school teaching for a little bit, for a few years, and then we started introducing STEM at the junior school. And I basically started and built this kind of STEM program into engaging it with the science syllabus, but also started as a K-6 integrator. There wasn't a lead integrator at that point, and my kind of role then was primarily helping the teachers know how to use technology, how to sometimes fix their little problems before going to ICT support as a kind of stopgap sometimes, and a quick answer. As David might have mentioned, it was easier to get me than sometimes help, but also showing people how to use like panels and like interactive panels and other things like that. Had a big role during COVID when we didn't have an LMS, which I'll talk about now, so we kind of had to, in the junior school days, have a kind of Band-Aid solution, but my role then was literally being sometimes on the phone to people, helping them, provide consistent kind of online content and support. And with that as well, later on it was also things like delivering devices, you know, and things like that. So there was all sorts of stuff going on. But lots of IT experience in that time. What we've got now as our structure, as David mentioned, is we've got a Director of Research and Professional Development, and basically their role is fairly new, but also really engaging, talking to the teaching staff, and Director of IT, David, who we just heard from, his ICT team. Of course, they do speak to each other, and I fit somewhere in that middle. And my role then really is like myself, Cass, who's Director of Research Professional, and David, Director of IT, meet regularly. And our remit, basically my remit coming in, was looking at some big projects. So the new LMS was decided before my role came in as Canvas, and I would help roll out that, which I'm going to talk about, but also an AI framework, online safety, and we kind of looking at now having a cohesion across K to 12. There's been people working in silos before me in K to 6, other integrators, but trying to bring that all together as an integration team. And I just wanted to ask, because there's a few questions, I thought I might just stop there and see if anyone wanted to ask any questions about the role, just because we had these questions before. I don't know if your question got answered properly. Yeah.
Like, say, with device procurement, do the ICT team involve you in the decision-making of the devices that are available to the students and the staff? Like, all those sort of nuances that affect the end-user experience. Where does the integrator's role play in that?
This is a really good question. So, like, where does my role kind of interact with that? And, like, for device procurement, actually, we're starting to kind of engage in that way as well. So I will definitely be looking at those. Like, the IT team will look at the new Copilot kind of ran Microsoft devices. I've had a look at them, and then we'll have that kind of engagement, because my view, whilst I don't have that IT knowledge and experience in the same way, and that technical understanding, I can take my understanding as kind of pedagogical and also from a teaching and learning and bring that in. So it's really great. We're having those kind of consults as well, looking at new technology, thinking what we can bring in. But also sometimes what will happen is the IT department will just ask me a question, or they say, this has come from as a ticket, it sends to me, I'm part on that service desk, and I will just get a ticket that might be just about teaching someone how to use it. So not when things are broken, sometimes just having a conversation and supporting. And that, but at the minute, we're kind of looping us all in, and actually just, as there hasn't been that K-12 oversight and kind of people working a little bit in silos, we're just really building our communication, and me and Cass and David talking regularly and finding there's lots of different projects and ways we can kind of add value around the school. Is there any other questions? Sorry, yeah.
How do you have integrated underneath you, or point 2, point 4 of a role is to assist you?
Yeah, we do at the minute. What we still, as I had, my old role in K to 6 hasn't been filled yet, which is a bit of a problem at the minute, because there's a bit of a gap that way. So what we really want is, and because I'm doing those kind of bigger projects and thinking about that strategy, what happens there is there's those people who need the hands-on support, and I'm kind of doing a little bit of that, and also that way is there. We also have someone who's working primarily with our SIS and supporting that as an integrator there as well, who's also working a little bit with our projects at the minute. But hopefully we're hoping that we'll recruit a K to 6 integrator and a second senior school integrator, so we've got more of a proper team. It's more cohesive in that way. Yeah. Anyone else? I'll carry on. So yeah, the main thing I want to talk about is Canvas. And the reason that is the big project I'm working on, we don't have an LMS at the school at the minute that's, well, a cohesive one. We've got Google Classroom, which is basically being used mostly kind of ad hoc from years 3 to 12. But also we've got Seesaw, which is a little bit used in K to 3, which is mostly for a parent portfolio, but a little bit of learning that way. And it's a bit of a mixed bag. So we basically, Canvas was chosen before my role was appointed, but we've got Canvas as a basic something we can use, we can customize. You can already see we've had our media comms team as graphic designer putting some of our colors and obviously some images there. So we've got a kind of coordinated, unified feel. And also what was good about Canvas is we can really customize it, and also those kind of granular levels of engagement across the kind of all stakeholders. I'm talking about leading from the middle, and I think what I'm trying to say there, if it hopefully makes sense, is that we've got most things I think happen in schools. You've got the middle leadership are empowered by the kind of governance from the executive, from senior leadership. And I think that teaching staff generally tend to feel they know, or they have to kind of understand what's happening because where the flow of information is coming from. I think it's slightly different because where we are at the minute, and the integration team that involves myself and Cass, and we just and David, like pushing up and down. We've got a new leadership. The new LMS became before them. So what we've got to also do is not just send all that information down to staff and publicising and sharing and training. We've also got to gain confidence and give the executive really the kind of understanding that we are equipped to roll this out in a really efficient and effective way. It's been had some real positive impacts as well, because it's really slowed the project down a little bit. We think we would have gone maybe a little bit quicker. We're looking to roll out to the whole staff and start at the start of next year. But what that's meant is we're actually really being held to account in a way that's meaning our planning and our procedures are really, really, I feel like, really tight, which is good. I'll share some of those in a bit. And so some of the challenges that way there is also that lack of almost authority. It would be amazing if we had the person at the top saying, this is what's happening, toe the line, buy into our vision that way. But what we've had to do then is work ways around it. And that's why I'm talking a little about that covert kind of change in management, because we've not had that person at the front setting precedent, giving allocation for PD, and those times are a little bit tricky. So one of the big things is PD allocation. Also, I said vision, really sharing that vision, making sure the vision we share is really, really clear, and I'll talk a bit more about that later. Also making sure that people know that this is an individual and school priority. I mean, they know it's a school priority, but also that it's individually backed that way. And also that timeline. What I was saying is we've had to be a little bit woolly at times. We had a clear communications plan, a clear rollout. We were kind of asked to hold back on that a little bit. So just that clarity of messaging is being a little bit not as clear as we'd loved because of the difference in our timeline, but now we're kind of set on that. The good news is, however, that kind of covert change has allowed that slower rollout, but that's also had some kind of really enhanced benefits. And what we've got there is some really kind of opportunities to get a lot more feedback from staff. So feedback loops are kind of happening, they're reoccurring. We've got lots of time to engage and sit down with people, just listen to what people have to say. We've got more time for testing. We're really kind of working really hard with the IT team, testing things in a beta and test environment, making sure the SIS and Identity One connections are all working, and those things are really making me feel really confident that it's going to go really well. I know things won't all go really, really well all the time, but feel confident in that way. Also, kind of our communications plan is constantly being rewritten. We did a great one. We thought it was going to be sorted, but those things are revised, and that means things are improving as they go. And what we would have done, I think, if we'd had a shorter rollout, and again, I'll talk about a little bit more later, is in Canvas there's customized training. You can just jump in and do that. I did that at the start of the year. Sorry to Canvas creators, it was really, really boring, really slow, really boring. I tried to speed it up, but it was hard work. So what we're doing is we can create the training in Canvas, but really customize it, choose what the teachers want to do, and then use feedback to build that as well. And using analytics. We're really lucky that this project is built in a tool that allows us to have all analytics so we can see and use data-driven kind of approach in that way. And hopefully just support, constantly obviously providing support, think about different opportunities to do that. I've had breakfast clubs we're going to drop into faculties, one-to-one meetings. I mean, my breakfast clubs, turns out they haven't been so great. I've had 8 of those and we haven't had a single person turn up. So, you know, I'm sure people come later. And that's again about like priorities. People are busy to reports, things like that. I'm going to, I think all together basically just is building confidence. Building confidence that actually what we're building is something here to stay. I think that what's happened previously is we had a SIS rollout and then the person who was in charge of that was Director IT left and there was no kind of continuity and no planning. And that's meant that people are a little bit in the institution, a bit unsure that if what we're doing now with Canvas is something that's going to stay, but actually it is, and our planning's hopefully building confidence in that way. I'm going to make a bit of a kind of detour and shift because I've been trying to think about how it feels for other people, and my change is going to go to crochet, which is maybe not an obvious thing. Just by show of hands, can I put their hands up if they know how to crochet? Few people, that's more than I thought, more than me. I don't know, so I'm sorry to those people who do know how to crochet. There's about 3 people there. But what I thought is, bear with me, there's a lot of crochet chat going on, so, you know. I want you to have a little discussion with the people next to you, and I've got a little form to fill out, is what would it take you if your institution said, we want you to be brilliant at crochet, learn how to do crochet at work, and get really, really good at it. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I think what I think sometimes is that I get excited about new technology, and I think it's really exciting to do it and get really good at it and make mistakes and build on it. But that's not how everyone feels. And might be how I was feel or how you might feel if you were asked to do some crochet. So if you can grab your phones, and you can select up to 3 things from the list, and just basically share here, and we'll have a little look at what your results are and what might entitle or engage you to do some fun crochet. Thank you. Gonna switch across. Feel free to have a chat amongst yourselves, and just might share. You can put it all together, or you can do it into separately. Is it working? Yeah. So hopefully, when you submit results, we should see some up here. Again, I'm trying to use Microsoft Forms, trying to use those built-in tools that we have rather than outsourcing other tools. Oh, I'm just literally, this is just using Google Forms and presenting in there, and then it should then have, hopefully live feedback should go in that way there, just within PowerPoint. We're having this issue using things like Slido, but it was on a different devices. Oh well, this will work brilliantly if it doesn't. Nothing's working at all. Let me just see. I know. Well, I tried to being a teacher, I thought to myself, I'll try and put myself in that kind of difficult situation where you might actually even feel less comfortable doing it. So, yeah, that's it, exactly. Let's see. I mean, if there's nothing here, it's going to be completely pointless. Let me just see. Yeah, I think it's just... Let's see. Yeah. Shouldn't be. Oh, it was a rookie move, wasn't it? Oh, there we go. That's it. Should be okay now. Let's hope. We've got responses. Okay, let's see. I mean, we can see responses, but there we go. Technology's working. Thank you. I did test it. That's yes, exactly. That's right. But actually, in all seriousness, the reason I wanted to use a built-in tool is that so often we have other ways, getting other tools, looking at subscriptions. I thought, what can we use? Is to try to use as well is ask people to use the tools that are available that we already pay for. Anyway, let's have a quick look at results. Nothing would motivate me, 0%. I mean, that's impressive. That's what I thought would be high. Pretty low on lots of other ones here. There's a real mixed bag. Video development and tutorials. There's nothing that's standing out as like really, really high. I was surprised actually, paid crochet breaks, cash reward, and vision. I mean, I think time off, I mean, I'm amazed that nothing would motivate people, must be very diligent people, but things about the vision that way is, and that's where I thought it would be as well. I mean, I would think that when I ask other people conversationally, most people want to have time off apart from what they're doing from their work and actually allocation of time to do something. And maybe that's where we need to go as well. I'm going to flick back across. Yes, please do.
Have you done a similar question like this to teaching staff? Because I think people really get in there and just let it go. I reckon teachers would be interested in.
That's a really good one. And what I would say absolutely is that asking other people what they would like to do. I think that'd be really good to do that. And I think that what we haven't quite done yet, because we're still in that process of rolling out, is get some really good data from staff and about their feedback. But I think might be more juniors, more staff might be interested in doing crochet than a new LMS. But we'll see. I'm going to try and flip back across there. That's that. Oh, wonderful. There we are. Okay. 1 second. So I had to flip between the devices because the way it was working. So I'm going to stick with a bit of a crochet-styled theme. When I started thinking about crochet, for some reason, I started thinking about all the things that are involved in this. I did a little bit of a ChatGPT research to find out about what is involved in crochet, because I'm not a crochet person. But apparently, there's lots of things like vision and planning. And I thought that actually crochet does follow a pattern. And it's also hard to see when you look at something like this what that vision is. And it doesn't always kind of make sense until you see how it unfolds. And I think that change sometimes feels unclear at the start. Our vision, and we were kind of sharing at St. Catherine's for the new LMS, is that coordinated school to deepen learning. And everything we do, we keep interrogating, does this match with our vision? Does what we do deepen learning? Does it build our coordination? And what's really great is, as we haven't had these big K-12 projects running through me, or actually generally through the school, we're doing this with our IT processes, with our setting our procedures, and lots of things kind of integrated throughout that. Planning, training, reviewing, and really trying to build for the future to make it actually work, and also deepen learning, which is what we're all here to do in schools. But I sometimes feel that our vision, whilst trying to make sure it's got wiggle room, can sometimes be a little bit like this. This is a Rorschach ink blot test. It used to be used, Dr. Rorschach in 1921 invented this idea, and what it would do is they would show a series of ink blot tests. You've probably seen these kind of things, and it would allow people to understand people's psyche, their personality, based on their interpretations. Obviously, it's all about preconceived ideas and how you feel and what you see. Anyone want to share what they see? Anyone see anything? I'm not going to dig deep into your psyche. Sorry? A bat. Oh yeah, I've looked at this loads. I've not seen a bat once. Butterfly. Yeah, I can see a butterfly. That's a good one. Anyone else? Beetle. Yeah.
Learning management system.
And the prize goes to... Can you see a coordinated school? I have to say, if I'm not going to be completely honest with what I'm going to talk about, but what I really see is wolves. I don't know. And actually, funny enough, my wife saw wolves too, so we're both terrified. But what I was trying to say, imagine if I was trying to sell this vision, and what I'm trying to tell you is, my vision is Christmas trees. And I can see Christmas trees. Can anyone see Christmas trees? There's a lot of, not really, no. And I think sometimes when you've got your vision, you might think it's really clear. I can really see, I can define those boundaries and absolutely fill in those gaps. But sometimes you might need someone just to help you a little bit. And you think, now, maybe you can see Christmas trees? You still think, maybe it's not quite right. So maybe, again, you need to kind of fill it in a little bit. I do that myself, colour it in, you might be able to notice. But sometimes, even that isn't enough. I think to make that vision really, really clear, sometimes you just need to, completely paint a picture. And I think it's important that our vision does have direction, does have ways we can go, and is not too one-dimensional like this lovely created picture, but you've got to make sure that you get that message across and everyone can understand what's happening with that. I am going to keep talking about crochet. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but stay with me, please. With crochet as well, I thought there's the tools that keep you going. And that hook, the hook, I think it's called hook, or that tool, whatever it's called, is very, very simple and utterly useless in my hands. I don't know how to use it. I don't have enough knowledge of it. I did try for about 10 minutes with my daughter, but it was very tricky. And obviously, I kind of gave up straight away. But I think like in learning an LMS or anything with IT really, it's really important you have knowledge of the tools and you have the patience to kind of persevere and continue. The big way we're going to do that is actually how we get people engaged and practicing in the space. Again, like we talked about, you need the time, you need the space to actually practice it. And one of the big tools there we've got is our access and learning through professional development and giving people time. Our whole staff training, because we're kind of, that's that leading from the middle and a bit of covert, we don't have huge access to that. It sounds tricky, it's a bit of a challenge, but school priorities and the time frame has meant that we haven't been able to kind of get everything set in for the PDs in the calendar. So what we're trying to do is find out ways to work around this. And actually, whole staff training, whilst very good to have people like in a situation like this all in one space there, it's sometimes been a one and done, you walk away, people pick up, people might be doing emails rather than their work. And what's really great about having something like a tool like Canvas, we're now able to use that tool to basically create a learning environment and actually have that real support. So we've got the teachers, and we'll have the teachers at the start of next term in the training environment as a student, but also using the tools so they get to learn and familiarise themselves with the tools. But also we've got kind of lots of feedback and analytics. So we're really able to gauge understanding, not just through feedback and surveys, but get some data and then target those people individually who need a little bit more support, who needs kind of a bit more development, and also being around in general with kind of hands-on support. My door's open, always open to my office. People know I'm the person to come to talk about Canvas, and or might even carry on my breakfast sessions. I might even get someone to visit, who knows. I was going to bribe people for the breakfast sessions with food and coffee, but I probably really need some people coming first before I start having it. I'm going to keep talking, keep going. This is where I'm really starting to just struggle with the crochet as it gets more complicated. Apparently, there's all these different types of skills which are hard to even for me to see as a non-expert. But what I'm trying to say is that doing the real basics over and over again in something like crochet, you can then obviously broaden out and kind of get more of an expert. And actually, what we're talking about in our Canvas is actually starting with that kind of a low risk, easy, low access point, giving people an opportunity to get in, a frequency of our messaging, that repetitional kind of building of knowledge, but hopefully that will build not just in the next kind of month or two, but across the years into a really well-developed process. So our guidance, what we have done is really thought about what people really need to know, how they need to enter, and what they can or can't kind of, well, not what they can't do, what they can do, and what they need to do. Firstly, our non-negotiables. Really clear, students have to be engaging their content and through Canvas at the start of next year. Every student's accessing through there. On that, we will use analytics to make sure that's happening. We'll also make sure that there's a really low floor and high ceiling. People can get content on, they can have links, they can have screenshots. They don't need to build throughout all the tools, but we can obviously help people learn how to do that. Also pilot studies. We're building kind of we've got Canvas champions, we've got people who are knowledgeable about Canvas who've come from other schools, and they're there also, or other people helping, willing tech people often, to build pilot studies that we can share. And what we really want to do is build that culture of sharing, not everyone working individually in their silos, not everyone doing their work and having to redo it, and other people come in and not having work to share, so we can build on to develop learning. And really, that culture of sharing is something that we're working through with our integration team as well, sharing information, discussing things, and making sure we're trying to got everything working as well as it possibly can. And I just really, really quickly showed some really basic the other day with the whole staff. I had a few 5-10 minutes in front of the staff. I wanted to share one of the works on our pilot studies, just quickly let teachers know what's in it for them. And this is a really simple quiz. One of the teachers who's working in junior school on a pilot study had some work. It was from a Google classroom, Google Slides, and those teachers were going to have to print this out, copy it, do it, mark it, and then. But what we've got is in Canvas, a quiz that can be there, self-marks, and just trying to build that momentum, build that understanding, and make sure people can see that what's in it for them, because obviously there's a lot of work for them to do. I think a bit more. I'm still going with the crochet analogy. It's probably hope it's not too tiring at the minute. But I think it's important that there's lots of problems, tangles, issues with crochet, but also in change it's the same. There's resistance, there's confusion. Poor communication can kind of like tangle that. And just sometimes, much like crochet, we need to pause, unpick. And we've built a comms plan that is adaptive and can change, but also we're trying to think how we can deal with and manage resistance and lean into that as much as possible. We're trying to anticipate people's questions, but we do need to do more. Even we're going to continue that feedback loop and get that information. We're building procedures through IT is really what we found, as David mentioned earlier, we had someone left in the IT team and then the systems and the procedures, but they left with them. It was kind of, had to be worked out how to do it. And whenever we do something now in Canvas, I'm working closely with Way, we will literally say to me, well, he won't even try it in test till he sees that procedure sorted. So we write the procedure, we then test it in a test environment, and obviously that's there to be reviewed, to be edited, to be changed, but also we know that everything's well thought out and set out, and it sets the case that, not because I'm very faceless, but I can think about hit by the bus type scenario. It's no good if I'm holding all this information, because it's no good for the industry. Obviously, everyone would be very sad if I died, but more to the point, what would happen with the work and workflow, and that is why we've got those documentation, those procedures set in place, and hopefully that they can be improved and continued throughout. And it helps give people explanation. Dave was saying about systems and workflows, reduce that cognitive load, but also people then can understand that things are thought through as well. I talked about a little bit about space of feedback, our growth in our development, again, through our procedures and our improvements, and just making myself available, like I mentioned earlier, being available, hoping people know they can have a conversation, and try and also share some of the bad reviews and negative feedback. Someone said this at the AIS conference, and I thought it was like the best, worst feedback, and I thought, okay, we're going to try that. Share those bad ones to say, we know it's not perfect, but there's lots of great areas for improvement. What can we do? I think this is my last crochet referral. I just want to talk a bit about that finished employees and that shared ownership, and basically how what we want to do is we don't want the system to be an LMS, to be something that I saw at a school, another school I went to, that they are using it, but then they're also using something else. And then the whole point is that coordinated to deepen learning, reducing the cognitive load, improving sharing for students and teachers, but also and then work on sharing. And if we don't make sure it works and it's embedded, things have a habit of fading away and then losing kind of momentum. So what we've got there is really looking how we can each year improve, each year review, and provide skills and upskill and training. But also then we've got like using data to drive that. There's a tool within Canvas which we're utilizing, which is Impact. And what that allows you to do is things like set help topics. There's also, there's a little few screenshots here of a kind of a walkthrough. And you can create a walkthrough. So like, you go into a new app or there you have step-by-step information is what to do. And we can also target those campaigns so that people who haven't used the tool, when they come into their new instance of Canvas, we can target them to that. Have you tried this step-by-step walking through? So that way we continue to increase that gets that high ceiling and raise that bar by engaging people. And we'll be able to use the analytics to really review what we're talking about that way. I really kind of just gotten towards the end of it, so I might have rushed through a little bit too fast. But I just want to think about these important things that are the real key tenets of what we're talking about. Is their feedback, making sure people have got an opportunity, space for feedback. When I was a junior school teacher, I used to have a worry box. And the worry box was great because people used to be able to just anonymously, or if they wanted to say something, they didn't feel like comfortable doing that, just drop a little note in a box and get some feedback. I think I'm going to try and set up something similar for a Canvas. It doesn't have to be a piece of paper or a box. It could be an email drop or a way to just drop an anonymous survey or form response, just to give feedback. I think people want to be heard, but sometimes people aren't always comfortable sharing their ideas. And I think in your organisation, making sure there are those feedback and spaces loops. I think that change is really tough. I think that, I think it's hard when you're IT professionals, you have ideas, but also think how you can share it, and also making sure that people who run the change are, like David said about the David Marquez, all the authority at the top, none of the information, making sure that people who have that authority as well and that knowledge can also help people motivate up and down. And understanding of audience. It's really easy for myself as a K-6 kind of primary school trained person to know the junior school staff, to know the students, but I found it was a different thing learning the beast that is a senior school. And I don't know how well you guys feel you know your audience in the school, and they're so different. I'd worked in this school for 9 years, and previously, it's my 10th year, and didn't know really what was happening in the senior school. And going in there and understanding it and sitting in faculty meetings and understanding how they operate has really changed my view of what their needs are and what people need, and I'm still learning all the time. And available tools. I think that using our available tools, obviously Canvas is really easy, there's lots of tools we can use, but also other tools that are available. I think people want to constantly add stuff to our software stack, but actually looking what we have and what we can integrate is a really powerful thing as well. And that's also where my role comes in as well, actually asking people, well, have you used this tool that we have, rather than constantly adding. And also, what's great about Canvas is it's helping align our coordination through kind of LTIs that we are making sure things are there's more single sign-on, there's improved security, and just then everything's funneled through IT rather than being kind of a little bit all over the place. And plan for long-term success. I think with any project, any change we're making, how you plan for that success is really critical. And I think that we put some methods in place, some processes that allow there to be a continual success, no matter who's in charge, and actually hopefully reviewing and extending and developing as we go. And last thing, because obviously written by ChatGPT, I thought what would give me a lovely quote about crochet and change management. And I just thought, just like crochet, meaningful change is crafted one loop at a time. And if we drop a stitch, we don't start over, we learn, adjust, and keep creating something strong, beautiful, and lasting. Isn't that wonderful? It's always good to give you an over kind of a soporific type view. I've got a little bit of time, so I think if anyone's got any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions about my role or the LMS rollout or any part of it, really. Yeah.
How does the support work? So do teachers come to you, or do they go to the help desk? Do you work with the IT team when it comes to issues?
So do you mean support with the Canvas or generally ICs?
I guess both.
Yeah, so just generally ICT support, everything will go through creating the ticket systems, and then certain things will be funneled out to me. So I might answer requests because it might not be technical, it might be more about learning. And sometimes I'll get a message from the IT team saying, can you look at this, have a look, and see what's needed. And sometimes I'll say, great, and I'll be in on that ticket. I'll speak to the staff member. I might say, okay, they are doing this, oh, they need that from IT. With Canvas, with support, well, there's a few different options. And we're just setting up this tier 1 support we have as well. There's 24/7 kind of phone calls. People can actually access Canvas themselves. But then what we're having as well, the built-in support through the help guided articles as well. And we're building a kind of a catalogue of that, so reference guide and things like that. The Canvas community is a bit long-winded, but also we'll have tickets through for Canvas, but also people can just come in and ask me those questions directly. At the minute, the people who are engaged in Canvas and building that way tend to be just coming to me, emailing and just making arrangements, and we're just meeting. And so that's really great about the slow rollout, because I'm able to constantly engage with different people and then identify, for example, the science faculty want to know how their style LTI is working, so I'll just spend some time with them as a faculty in doing that. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a point where time is obviously always a challenge, and how many people you can be at once. Oh, sorry.
Are you using Canvas Elementary, and are you looking at removing Seesaw?
Well, at the minute, Seesaw is really primarily being used as a portfolio. And what we've got is a really interesting situation. We've got students have got two profiles. They've got a profile that's not portfolio, where they can put work on and teachers can put classwork on. And they've got a second one, which is just a portfolio, which is parent-facing. At the minute, we're not initially starting. We're about setting up, so if you don't know, in Canvas you can have the parents as observers, and people can come in and see what students are doing. We're not setting that up initially, so that's part of that kind of low-risk setup, keeping parents out the loop. Junior school at the minute are going to keep with Seesaw. That's that initial bit there, but probably what we'll do is remove the second account from students, so they're just, what goes on Seesaw is all parent-facing. What we'll also then, Canvas for Elementary, is we're not planning to do it. And again, we've got a slow rollout, and hopefully there is time for that flexibility, but at the minute we're planning, we see that they're probably on K-2 with iPads, they're going to use Canvas Mobile, and we think what's going on there, we should be able to make work through the whole Canvas, so same K-12 instance. Yes?
So, with your role, 2 years from now, Canvas is rolled out, lots of big projects being settled and rolled out. Is the vision to keep your role with the FTE part of the e-learning is the same, or is it a temporary role?
Well, I hope it's not temporary. No, unless someone's not told me something. No, I think what's really clear is that what we've got to do as an organisation is there's things like, for example, AI framework, LMS, and then also kind of online safety, kind of a real K-12 cohesive scope and sequence. So some really big projects. Also, not too long away, looking at the portal and how we use that, learning enrichment support for them, and also potentially engaging with the SIS. So there's lots of projects going on, and I think that what I see is not so much the job wonderful, but there's not so much training, but actually there's always new staff, how you keep up that kind of threshold for new staff coming in, building skills and new developments through the LMS, but also lots of other things going on. So I should think it feels like I'm telling the people who pay my wages, there's plenty of work for me to do. Yeah.
I'm just saying that because we have gone through the same process.
Yeah.
We are now dealing with a change or we're creating a gap. So we've gone through, a couple of weeks ago, we've gone through a review with the ICT committee, and we landed on Canvas as an LMS. And we had your role in the picture, which was brilliant for us, and kind of bridging the gap. 2 years down the track, everything is settled, then someone decided they need the teaching load more than the e-learning load. Then suddenly we have a gap when things start coming to our feet in a surprise way, where we think there's something not right there. So we're getting to our desk, let's get this plug in because we need it, but we are now missing the decision making that relates to education.
And I think that's exactly right. It's very easy to think that the job's done, you've got the LMS rolled out, we can take that person away. But actually without that review, analysing how people are using it, the user is going to, and how people interact is going to just taper off, I would think. So that was really important part of my job. Impact and the data and analytics I was talking about is really making sure user engagement is high, but also that people are constantly developing their skills. So what we're presenting, look where we are, this school. We did want to have a really great learning engagement for the students as well, because all this beautiful theatre and all the other stuff means nothing if the students aren't learning and really well. So I think, and I really do believe that we can really help that through Canvas, but it is an ongoing thing. So yeah, you need an integrator. Yeah. Anyone else have any questions? Yes.
Hey, have you ever had a project that was signed off by your bosses and they're going to start implementing it, but halfway through, your feedback is not good, and you need to, say no to the project. It's sort of come down to where you've, come to the realization that the product that they've tried to push is not fit for purpose.
I think that there's definitely a case that that I was concerned about that with Canvas, and not necessarily because of the project, because the decision was made on the LMS before the new head teacher, head of school came in, and sorry, headmistress, I forget what one, and then we were trying to show that actually, as our IT team, what it was the right product for the school. I think after working really hard for quite a time on that, I think we had to make sure that was really clear. But I also was very aware that that could be something that was decided that it wasn't the right product. I think that lots of things and lots of other kind of LMSs with their AI integration and lots of people who are in other schools and other integrators are talking about how they're switching from using kind of even in elementary like Canvas to Toddle or other things like that. So definitely a concern, but I think it helps that I believe that actually the reasons for choosing Canvas were good, and actually the tools and what it's going to do for helping our learning and our teachers, and that is really is going to improve how we function as a school. So I think we've solved it. I hope so. But yeah, I do think it's generally a concern, and that's always a problem, isn't it, when decisions are made by people who aren't actually now in the role. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Liam, for the presentation there. I don't know about all of you, but I got a lot out of that. It's great seeing all these questions that are being asked, and I think it just creates such a nice dynamics to be able to have that space to be able to work through how different schools do change management and project management. I don't know, how many of you have seen Batman Forever? Is any of you other people, or am I the only nerd here? No, okay, no, we're good. Yeah, no, I remember that ink blot that you put up there from that, and so I knew the first thing someone's going to say, I see a bat, And I wonder what Batman had on his mind when he saw that. Anyhow, look, we finished a little bit early, which is nice, so we can go straight into morning tea. And so can I encourage you, have a nice break, have a chat with the sponsors, look, I think we should be back here at about 11:15. So enjoy your conversations, and we'll meet up soon. memorize all of it yet, but I do try.
Work it away.
That's right. I think we might as well just get started. It's great to see everyone just kind of turned up without anyone yelling to going, okay, we're getting ready to go for the next session, so I appreciate that. Hope you guys are excited to be here. I am very excited. I did say before, I do look forward to these term events, so let's kick it off. Today we've got, next up we have Hayden and Ton from St. Philip's. They're going to be providing a different perspective on project management. The title is, actually I should get the clicker and get it out there. Yes, a blueprint for school-based project success. I don't know about many of you. How many of you have a team of under 5 here? Okay, there's a few here. That's including myself. I'm really keen to hear how they do project management, because I think part of their talk is how to do that in a school environment when you don't have a dedicated project manager. I believe they do now, but and so they probably talk a bit in both spaces there. But I'm very excited to hear what they're going to speak. So can you please join me and welcome them to the stage?
Thank you. So, I'm Hayden. I'm the Director of Technology for St. Philip's. You will have to bear with me a little bit today. I've just got off on a flight from the US, so jet lag is real, and I'm going to stick a little bit closer to my notes so I remember don't veer off too far. But what I want to talk about today is, I guess, the idea of change management and project management in schools with varying resources. So, in our organisation, and I'll give a bit of context, but we find, as with everybody, that IT is responsible for a huge amount of projects, and you can't avoid it. But schools in general, even outside of IT, run a significant number of projects, but we're often not resourced to do it or do it well. And so that's what I want to sort of look at, some of the little things that we've implemented over the last 12 months to maybe help us resource it well, and what that might look like for us. So what I really noticed for our organisation is that we didn't have repeatable processes. We might have somebody that gets tagged with doing a project today. They're the project manager for that project, and they might do an amazing job, or they might do not a very great job at all. But if they did an amazing job, the next project we didn't necessarily look back at what worked well in that one. A new project manager for the next project would be tapped on the shoulder and said, off you go, and away you go and do it the way you want to do it. And so what that's meant is that we have, vastly different results of how our projects actually outwork. So I thought I'd start with a little bit of context around our organisation. So St. Philip's is a multi-school group, within our environment, we have recently, in the last 6 months, put a project manager on Ton, and so he's going to get up in a minute and give some context around what he's seen in our organisation in that time. But we've got schools in Newcastle, the Hunter, Central Coast, and so it's a very busy environment. We have 23 entities, and it's made up of 7 schools and a bunch of early learning centres and after-school academies and tertiary environments. And the main thing that I'm wanting to point out there is the complexity. Not necessarily the size, the complexity. Each of our schools operates with its own executive team. So that then means if we don't have really good strategic planning at a group level, then our schools are going off doing their own things. And I will admit we haven't always and don't currently necessarily have great strategic planning at a group level. We have it in our schools and we are working on a transformation project to bring it in at a group level. But what that means for an IT department is that the complexity of that environment is that we have projects coming at us from everywhere, all over the organisation, with all different requirements. And I'm sure you guys do as well in your individual schools, have that same sort of thing, the push and pull. But we don't have a strong roadmap around that. Over the past 12 months, we've been on a big journey to sort of try and implement some frameworks in that space so that we can adopt project management frameworks and set up a bit of a project office function and hire Ton as a project manager to be able to actually have repeatable process and skill up a range of people, because Ton can't run all the projects on his own. There's too many happening, so we need to be able to provide those resources and those skills for a whole lot of people that are not trained in project management. So we need to make it easy. So for us, the catalyst for this change was a few years ago where our CFO at the time embarked on I'm sure you've all done it, the dreaded HR and payroll project. And a new solution was brought into the group. And at the time, it's been the source of many learnings for us as an organisation. I'll say IT had limited input at the time, very limited. The project was given to us sort of at the end after it had really been chosen and saying, yeah, this will work, won't it? Because we're signed, this is signed, we're doing it. So from that point of view, it started on fairly shaky ground. And there was a high-level sales pitch and we didn't really deep dive into when they say they integrate, what does that actually mean? I'm sure you've all been there. And what was the actual level of work required by St Philip's? It was very unknown. So along the journey, there was a huge amount of stuff that got unpacked. And what it meant was that we significantly underestimated the resources required to do the work. And then, because of that, we underestimated the costs and the time frames, and we didn't bring the right stakeholders into the process. So at no point did we consult with a teacher or a head of school on what the ESS platform was actually going to look like. And the reality of that meant that in some areas the system actually slows us down compared to the old. So that was I still hear about that. I go to IT committees and they say to us, when are you going to fix payroll? And I have to politely say, well, that's got nothing to do with IT. But anyway, it was a point to take stock for us. And after that, we looked at, well, why did that happen and what do we need to change? And we brought in an external provider, a consultant, to talk to us about change management and project management. And they did a bit of a review of people, process and technology. And from the IT point of view, it found a lot of things that we'd been banging on about for years. But it was good to have an external partner come in and say what we'd already been saying. They essentially said that we tried to do too many major projects at once and that we were not set up well to execute them. And if I look at our head office team, they're a group of amazing people who are very passionate and very skilled at what they do. But we just weren't structured to manage the change. So it really told us to slow down, put the brakes on and put some frameworks in place and equip people with the right resources. So, as I mentioned, that meant that we looked back and it just didn't work what we were doing. So there were so many things, as I said, coming to us from an IT point of view that we had to, our entities wanted a roadmap. They wanted to know what is it that IT plans to do over the next 12 months. And I shuddered with that idea. I did not want to hand out a roadmap because then we would be held accountable for that roadmap. And I felt that we had no way to manage it because what the business said today was a high priority, tomorrow is not. There was a new opportunity that came in and, they wanted that done. Well, actually, it wasn't that tomorrow it wasn't a high priority. It was still a high priority, but this was also a high priority. And then we had our business as usual. So that was sort of where we're at, and going, well, we can't tell you what we're going to do because we don't want to be held accountable for that. But I've really changed my thinking on that and done that via adopting project frameworks, which I'll delve into. So, with us wanting to move quickly as an organisation, which is one of the great things about St Philip's, we're always up for a new challenge, we're always up to do new things, but it's also one of the negatives in that, we're forever doing new things. And sometimes it feels like we're, trying to bolt the wings onto the plane as we're trying to fly it. And so what we were doing is we had really great people, and we still do, who 9 times out of 10 would bring the projects home on time, on cost in our environment. But at what cost did that actually put? What we were seeing is that we were stretching our staff, and especially our IT department, really thin. Our head office IT department, some of the last projects we did, they included a lot of late nights, a huge amount of work that was great, and we were very successful in it, but it didn't scale. It didn't allow us to move as quickly as the organisation wanted. And so we've started in this process of adding some really clear structures around that, which what we've seen in the early days, and Ton will talk more to what that looks like, but in the early days, we're getting through more work with the same resources in an environment that is, not as stressed. Essentially there's a pattern to our workflow now, which has been really great to see. And our teams feel like they're in control of the projects a bit more than what they were in the past. So our key vision in project management for the organisation was that we wanted simple and scalable. So we wanted a framework that could deal with the smallest of small projects right through to our large projects without adding too much complexity, and it to be repeatable, so that as we bring in new people or we give a project to somebody who's never done it before, that they're resourced to do that well in a way that we've done before, learning from the past. And we wanted our project practice to cover the whole organisation, not just the IT projects or the IT department. And this is a key reason why we have chosen to bring in a project manager, is to help us build that project office and those repeatable templates and training across our group. So how did we do it? We started, we created a change board where our business units, when they want to start a new project, the first step is they have to write some documentation, which of course they don't like. The external consultants came up with a 10-page form that they have to fill in. Amazing. If you want to start a new project, you've got a new idea, you've got to fill in a 10-page form and send it through to IT. Now, I don't know about your school, but in ours, that's never going to happen. They're going to just not do that. They're still going to do the project anyway. And if they did refill it in, no one's ever going to read it. I don't have time to read that. And I can guarantee that our CFO and our executive teams are not going to read it. So we started looking at how do we bring that down. So we moved that to a 2-page form or terms of reference and that they have to fill in to start the idea. And the key to this is dot points. We don't want a huge amount of information at this stage. We want a little bit of information to show you've done some thinking, you've understood the risks, and that you've actually got a bit of a plan together, but not too much. And the idea being there is that it was too easy in the past for our staff to have a great idea, throw a case in the help desk and expect IT to do the rest. So we need to make a little bit of friction. We need to make a little bit of process where they actually have to think about it. They've got to talk to some people. They've got to gather some information. They can't just have a brain fart and expect that we'll do the rest. Now, the reality of that is we haven't rolled that out fully to the organisation yet. We're using that in our IT department. So every project that we start, we do that. As people come and talk to us about projects, we roll these forms out and we're slowly broadening that in the organisation. The next thing that we want to do is we want to start a change authority board. And that's so once we start using those forms, we've got to have a process to make decisions about what we're going to do and what we're not going to do. And the key to that is that that should not be the IT department. In my view, it shouldn't just be the IT department saying which projects do we like, what do we don't, you know, and when are we going to do them. So our idea is to bring a bit of an approval process into that. So we'll get people from different areas of the organisation, they'll meet on a regular basis, and tasks or project ideas will come in, and they'll be vetted and thought about, and then if they align with our strategic plan, and we think that they're good, they'll go into the next phase to do a bit of feasibility and to delve deeper into that. And as we go through that, those projects will be spun up in a small way. So they might be given some budget to do that feasibility, or a team might be brought together to work on that, to bring it to the next step. And then as we do that, you know, we'll bring in experts in risk or compliance or whatever we need to do. But we'll decide if it then goes ahead. And if it goes ahead, it might move to the next stage. And the decision then becomes, well, when do we do it? So it gets prioritised. And if it's something that has to happen now, well, what else changes in the backlog? So, you know, you either need to add more time, more money, or more people to get those results. And how are we going to do that? So how do we manage our backlog? By no means are we there yet. We're still working through that. And, you know, as I said, all of this is about incremental habits that we're trying to build in the organisation over time. We're not trying to do it in 5 minutes. So the next thing to do with that is we decided we needed a framework. And I went and did a project management course with the AIS, if you get the opportunity. You know, Morris and the team that are here, if you get the opportunity, if it's run again, I highly recommend it. For me, looking at project frameworks before then, I kept staying away from them, going, we don't want a project framework, because I couldn't get my head around with a team that was a business as usual team. We do not have, other than Ton, we do not have dedicated project management resources. So how do we balance their work? And all of the project frameworks I sort of got my head around, they really required, or they looked like on the surface, that they required you to have dedicated resources. So in doing the training, we looked at the Agile DSDM framework. And for me, that's the one that really stood out to me. What it looks like is these are the fundamental, the 8 principles of DSDM. And it says that any project must have clearly defined goals or strategic goals and focus on the early delivery of real benefits to the business. So what I'll have a look at now is how we actually implemented some of those things. And by no means are we doing all of them. We've picked and chosen what works for us as at today and where we're going to go with that over time. I'm sure you've all done waterfall projects. And the thing with those that we've found is that by the time we've either written all the documentation and got to the end of it, either nobody reads it, or by the time we've implemented it, the organisation's changed so much that the thing that we tried to build at the start nobody wants, or we just, you know, it's not fit for purpose any longer. So this framework, that idea of iterative delivery of real value, means that we're breaking down our projects into much smaller chunks and essentially building a program of works and delivering things much quicker and delivering things with more connection to the people who need them. So not just IT gathering a list of requirements and going off and doing the project, but regularly meeting with stakeholders and bringing them, and they have jobs to do in this as well. So some of the issues that DSDM aims to solve, and I'm sure they're things that you see in your own organisations. This is the stuff, when I looked at this, I'm like, oh, that's us. You know, inefficient communication. The biggest thing, and we've already heard it today with these projects, is communication. Communication within the project team and communication to the wider organisation. And so we found that this DSDM framework gave us that ability or the tools to not have huge amount of heavy documentation, but to do loose documentation where it saw fit, and to build that documentation into something deeper where required.
Are you adopting the product approach out of DSDM?
Sorry?
Are you taking the product approach out of DSDM where you've got to process people and products, so you try and align the projects that you're working on under products that your organisation offers to your end users as internal customers?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. Not everything fits perfectly, you know, and as we go through this, and I'll go to the next one here, you'll see that some of these, you know, they don't fit perfectly, but yes, that's essentially where we're going. So one of the key things that DSDM talks about is just enough documentation up front in the initial phase to clarify the high-level requirements for an agile delivery. And so for us, that in practical terms, if we're going to build, say, a new piece of, you know, forms and workflow for a subject change, that's a fairly small project for us. And so we're not going to spend a huge amount of time in governance and planning it, right? That might be getting a group of people, a project team together and getting them to whiteboard a couple of ideas, taking a screenshot of that and putting that into the 2-page document to say what we're doing, what we're trying to achieve, how we're going to do it. But if we're going to, you know, at the moment we're doing data warehousing and data analytics, we're doing staff automation. They're big ticket items. So in that, there's a huge amount more planning, and the governance of this scales up for us. And we spend a lot more time in that space. So that's sort of how it scales up and down. We recently rolled out our parent app. One of our schools already had Digistorm, but we moved everybody, all of the schools, to the TAS Parent Orbit. And we also implemented StudentNet as our ability for parents to have their own usernames and passwords. And we did it in a very ambitious timeline of 6 weeks, from deciding to add on the StudentNet bit to roll out. And what we've done now is we've moved to the idea of we bring stakeholders in from across the organisation. Every project we do, we create a project team. This thing is called a space baby, and it decides on the different roles. Correct me, AIS guys, if I'm getting any of this wrong, because they were in the training with me. But the idea being that whatever project we're doing, we need to decide who is the sponsor, right? We need to decide who are going to actually take some of these roles, because that helps our communication flow. Even if it's just our own IT team, they know how to communicate and what those different roles look like and mean. So the big thing you'll see here is this was a shared project by IT and the communications department. So in our actual teams there, we've got the communications or the marketing department as well. But our business ambassadors, and we called them at the time a change board, they were our group who was, you know, a stakeholder from every school. So in this project, IT didn't say the delivery date is going to be X. We brought the group together. We looked at all the different things that, you know, had to go into it and what we had to do from a communications point of view and what we had to do from a technical point of view and what the schools had to do. And we then opened it to the group in the room and we said, all right, there's all the constraints. When do you want to roll this out? Now, we obviously already had some ideas on what would be workable, but they decided the date. And then the power that means is that when something changes or something doesn't work and you know, a school or an area, a department might say that my screen's changing there. Yeah, when a department might disagree, you've got the ability to say, well, actually, you've had input, and here's where you've been brought on that journey and how to bring that together. And that happened in our rollout. But what it did, we started running meetings as the project ramped up right at the end. There was 2 o'clock meetings every day for 15 minutes. If you have the ability to join, you do. and you hear what's going on and what's advanced that day and how we got to that rollout stage. I touched on it briefly, but the idea, one of the things that we've taken out of this is we've taken stand-up meetings. So having a stand-up meeting every day in our central office team has been a game changer for us. Something simple, right? But it's really helped our communication flow. We started them, the Agile would suggest that you should have a project stand up for 15 minutes a day for every project that you're running. But in our context, a lot of the project teams are the same people, so we would be running tons of we'd never get any work done. So we changed that to one stand-up meeting a day, 15 minutes, it covers our projects and our business as usual work. We started doing that 3 times a week, just to get in the habit. The meetings have to run whether there's 2 people in the room. It doesn't matter. There's no, I'm not the leader of that meeting. They just have to happen. And they're communicating about what we're working on that day, what are our constraints, what's coming up next. They started pretty loose and they started turning into an hour and a half, and people were getting into the detail. And then we sort of over time brought that back and saying, all right, no, that's not the point of this. The point is the high level stuff. And recently I got a timer, 15-minute timer, and you'd be surprised how quickly that changed the meeting. Our staff got it down to, they took 1 minute instead of their allotted 2 minutes to talk about their section. But what you'll see happens is after that initial meeting with the whole group, people go away and other people who might have conversations that actually need to go deeper, they come together at our workbench and they have those deeper conversations. So there's an extended component of the meeting. But we don't tie up the resources of the whole help desk. We've also implemented those things in our help desk team as well, in our service delivery team. They've taken some of these ideas and now they run a business as usual stand-up meeting every day. That's something that any team can do. And what it helps is it really, you'd be surprised at how much that helps about the communication flow of knowing who's doing what in the team and when they're going to do it. And that's not just for me to know, that's for each person knowing, because there's so many connections, When we did our parent app, there was so much work our network engineers had to do that our applications developers couldn't do their component until the other had been done. The next step that we're working on is prioritisation or time boxing. So this principle here is called Moscow prioritisation. But very simply, it's looking at a project and saying, what must we do to make it successful? What should we do that would be really good to have? And what could we do? But the other important one is what we won't do. And actually detailing that and saying that's actually out of scope. Doesn't mean we won't ever do it, but it's out of scope for this now. So we've started the idea of trying to get in a cycle of doing 2 weekly time boxes and saying this is what we're going to do. The big concern there was obviously around how do you plan 2 weeks of project work with the business as usual, and all the other things that might come through the door. But what we have started to see is that in the first few months of that, we will get it wildly wrong. And that's okay. It's not about going back to our teams and saying, you didn't meet the should have that you said that you were going to do. Why didn't you do that? It's actually just about recording information. To understand in an average 2-week period how much business as usual time is taken up and how much time we're actually spending on projects. So after a while, we start to get an idea of in a 2-week period, how many of those should have things or must-haves can we actually get done? And we start then when the idea of looking, as we're breaking the work down, of looking at, well, what, we call it T-shirt sizing. Is that a large piece of work? Is it a medium? Is it a small? What does that look like? So, slowly, we run a time box kick-off workshop at the start of the fortnight, and we talk about as a team an hour of talking about, well, what are we going to do in that fortnight? And then we run a review at the end. And so I think that's getting close to what I had to talk about. But a lot of this, as I said, is about delivering value early. So we've seen that, in our things, 80% of the agile framework, would say 80% of the solution can be delivered with 20% of the effort to produce the total solution. So when I first saw it, I thought, that's rubbish. But in reality, it's not. A lot of the things that when we're delivering, it's actually in those first few cycles of stuff that we're pumping out of where our schools, we're seeing them actually use it and go, oh, that's really good. The last few sections of our projects and things, that's adding the icing on the cake, and that's great. But actually, sometimes we choose not to go back and do that because it's not worth that extra effort. And so we're reducing that. And what it has allowed us to do now is actually, for the first time, create a project roadmap and distribute that to our board, to our executive, and it's a 2-year roadmap, and we're keeping track with it, and we're actually in front on a lot of those things. The last 2 things that I'll touch on is the importance of a project sponsor. We often talk about project sponsors and needing them, and that they're crucial in any project. And I've heard today, about projects where the project sponsor doesn't keep the information at the top of the agenda, right? But what we found is that a lot of times our project sponsors have never been trained in what it means to be a project sponsor. So, we'll go and tell them, okay, you're the project sponsor for this. Great. What have I got to do? So we're starting to now, when we talk to them about that, we're actually sitting down with them and having a conversation about what does it mean if you're going to be the project sponsor. And this will be with our CEO or our CFO or whoever it might be. What is your responsibility as the project sponsor? So yes, you've got to keep selling the idea of the why. You've got to get up in front of the staff and keep selling why we're going to do this. Because if you don't do that, we can do as much work over here and push it out, but it won't get used. People don't want to adopt it unless they sort of understand. It's not about the technology, it's about why are we doing it? What is the reasoning behind it? And then the last thing from me, that's not my slides. The last thing from me is about IT transitioning to be a partner. So in the past, we worked as, IT kind of owned the system. When new things had come in, IT'd have to own it. But actually what we need to do is we need to be a partner. So we've done a lot of work in changing our whole model to be that when a new system comes in, IT doesn't go and own the project or the implementation or the ongoing support. We partner with the organisation or the area, whether it be the payroll department or the marketing department, and we provide project management tools and resources, and we provide integration support and end user support, potentially, but we don't own it. We help them, guide them on that governance. And you will see in doing that, one, it reduces frustration. IT says no to everything. No, it's bringing people together to have that conversation. And 2, it extends your resources. Because now not only do I have, a small group of project staff here, we actually have access to be able to run, an alumni project for marketing while we're also doing our HRIS project, because there's different groups working on that and different resourcing. So if I can say, the keys to what I've seen in our organisation over the last 12 months is incrementally building procedure and process and habits, and changing our communication and our focus to be very outward, and collaborating with the rest of the organisation. So what I might do now is hand over to Ton, who is our project manager, who can give a bit of concept on what he's seen in our organisation in the last 6 months and whether he agrees with some of those things. Thank you. Great.
There we go. That works. Good. So after all of that theory, how do we put that into practice? So who needs a project manager? Right? I've been around for a while. We always feel like a project should be managed. Who's going to do that? Who's been in the office and go like, well, we have a project, who's going to do it? The stakeholders came up with a great project plan. We have Joe in the corner trying to row the boat, and actually Joe can manage the project, why not, right? We often don't have project managers in organizations, and when I first met Hayden, I explained that to him because I got like, oh, we're education, we're not well resourced. We don't typically have a project manager. And I've got a lot of organizations, very big, do not necessarily have a dedicated project manager in place or a practice thereof. So we kind of need, we don't necessarily need the person, but we need the discipline of project management. And then, of course, there's a stigma I find as well as a project manager. You come in, and I'm sure they thought of me like this when I came in first time, Tom's a project manager, right? We're going to do stand-ups, everyone. What did you do yesterday? What did you do today? And what are the obstacles? Now, if you think about those three questions, and you think about the level of maturity that you need to have as a business to be able to answer those three questions, it's a major leap, right? And as Hayden highlighted, I met the team in December. I worked there for a couple of weeks. It was the holidays. I came back in, and Hayden goes like, Tom, I've decided this. We're going to launch this. We're going to have StudentNet. We're going to have Orbit. We have 4 weeks, really, to get it all done. You're the project manager. Off you go. Working with a team that was not used to having a project manager, didn't really able to answer those questions, was majority, they're a task-based organization. If you don't understand what it means is, as we heard this morning, the process is in a folder that was empty, but it's all in people's heads. An enormous amount of knowledge is in people's heads. How that knowledge gets shared is based on the emerging need of the challenge, people just feeling willingly to share. So how do you deal with that, and how do you then suddenly funnel that into a deadline that was, as we were told, non-negotiable? But yeah, the stigma around. I do love colorful charge, and I do like to be positive and that we believe we can make it. But yeah, I don't control the process, and I think that is important what Hayden said. It's not, I don't want to talk about control, it's not necessarily about change. It's developing about the skills of the team, the maturity of the team, and the self-realization of that. So I've managed projects across Asia, and probably fairly early on in my career, and I do felt like I was taught to control, and this is probably more sort of, I came from the late 90s, moving in. Project was pretty much about control. I'll tell you what to do, you do it, and I have dedicated staff to do this. Managing a very large program of work, I realized I do not have that control. If I do not have the buy-in to support me in this project, I will never get it done. It's about buy-in, it's about developing the maturity, and for them to see that they need to get there. So for me, it was keep calm at all times. I'm in the meeting, I'm talking to my executives, I have the calm face, it's all good, and well, I'm panicking in the back of my head, trusting that those teams will reach that level of maturity and out of their own empowerment feel like they can follow through the process, do the tasks at hand, without me sitting next to them and getting it done. But how do you get to that? And that is what Hayden highlighted here earlier on, and capturing back on that. It is about key principles. How do we operate? How do we create a culture that we all buy into, the guardrails, the principles that sit around all of this? So are we committed to delivering the results? Very simple question. People will say, yes, I'm committed. That commitment comes throughout the week. Go like, what did you do? This, I'm still doing it, I'm still doing it. End of the time box comes, I will do it today. It's a simple question, but it has gravity, particularly when you're dealing with typical business as usual as well. So I'm not asking them you need to get it done by this date. I do not enforce that. I go like, oh great, you didn't get it done, I'm moving it on to the next time box. What you will find is that after 3 time boxes and then not meeting their commitment, they will suddenly realize I need to commit to this because the whole team is dependent on me. And we had one particular time box where the work wasn't done. And they really felt that. We can't move forward with this particular next time box unless that piece of work is done, right? It just creates ownership within the team, bit of peer pressure, but shared responsibility. Simple thing, committing to delivering results, which results into the culture of collaboration and accountability. It emerges from those very simple things. For me, it's balancing all the P's. Now, I can't actually recall them all. They're probably on here. I'll try to get if I can cover them all. It's, it's process, it's product, it's people, it's perception, it's politics, it's all of the other P's, it's pleasure. There's so many aspects that you're trying to balance throughout a week in terms of people's emotions all the time, because I look at them, they're busy, they're flustered. I know that the stand-up is coming, I know that the end of the time box is coming. I know that they feel pressure to report on this, and I know we want to balance all of those aspects. Shared knowledge is learned, quite an obvious, it's all in their heads, so how do we share more of that? Documentation came up, yes, minimum documentation, and what my minimum of documentation is, hate them all. Probably go like, no, that's not the minimum documentation we like to see, Tom. It's, for me, documentation means shared understanding, and sometimes that means a lot for me, and I guess my heritage shows there. And I'm trying to shrink that, but I like shared understanding between sponsors, between the team members. And for me, documentation is a bit like over-communicating, right? And often, therefore, I write a lot of it. I don't expect the team to write any of it, because I want to reflect back. It's kind of like my safety net in that regard. Aligned to skills, quite obvious, and draw on the values and ethics. Now, values and ethics, of course, very important. We're not creating a stressed environment. We're going to create a thriving environment that is embedded in the values and ethics. How we operate, how we communicate with each other. Again, that shared language all in there, and invest in our competencies. So this is like a zooming out from the DSDM, from my point of view. So the methodologies are there, provide clear guidelines, but the methodologies, as you will find, they expect quite a decent level of maturity for you to adopt those methodologies. So that's where we have to step back and go, like, how do we mature into that? So that maturity, you probably know all of this, right? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. But what does that really mean? You might have heard examples of, we started this innovation project, it didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? Well, we wanted it. Of course, the execs will sign off a project. We want AI, of course, right? The culture is not ready to absorb the change, doesn't have the capacity for change. It will just get swallowed away by the culture. You will not see it. And on massive scales, you see that at Kodak and Nokia. Those are things that they saw the change coming. They couldn't adapt to the change. And there's lots of different layers within that. Yeah, culture is like, what do we do when no one's watching? How do we celebrate when everyone is? And this resonates within St. Philip's and many other organizations. How do we embed certain habits that will supersede, that won't overgrow change, growth, and innovation ambitions? How do we do that? And that is a slow process. But it is possible, of course. So what Hayden has highlighted is stand-ups. How many of you do stand-ups out of interest? I have a few hands, quite a few. Like I said, how often do they go too long? Do they turn into talk fests, and do you stay on target? Now, the stand-ups are not, and so those three questions in a stand-up, when you first have your stand-up, nobody can answer those questions. Because it implies that you have good maturity in planning, that you understand your prioritization, that you can do capacity management, that you have great alignment across your portfolio, to be exactly understanding how to answer those three questions, and for everybody to have that shared understanding, that we understand what you're working on, understand how it aligns, understand how it impacts me, and understand how we can remove the impediments to achieve success within this particular piece of work. Understanding as well that at the moment, I have a number of time boxes that overlap. So every project had its own time box. I have to cover all those time boxes potentially in the one meeting, and I have to understand the capacity to be able to deliver across all those time boxes. as well as BAU. So define the responsibilities are important. We need to understand that within the group. We still use light governance, otherwise it just gets in the way. We have to reflect and improve and own and track our outcomes. Owning and tracking our outcomes. I'll be honest, I find like as a project manager, particularly more in the recent years, is that we're seen as task managers. And, you know, often say, well, you should be managing those tasks on a micromanagement level. That for me is team leadership, if anything. In the agile methodology, you have a story. There is no clearly task definition usually within the story. It's expected that you write a feature and that the developer will write the feature, will make up his own tasks. That's what I expect of the team. I don't need to know the detail. You can write up your own task list of what you think you need to be doing to deliver those features. I just want to know that the feature, when it will be delivered. It's up to you to manage your tasks, and that again requires maturity. But those little habits like the daily stand-up, as Hayden said, it's slowly changing. I didn't ask for prioritization. I didn't ask for effort estimations. What I see happening in the team is I go like, we didn't meet our objective of the time box. I go like, well, what did we get wrong? Why is this test plan taking so long? How long are you supposed to work on that test plan? Well, I could probably get it done in a couple of hours, but you had 2 weeks. Why wasn't it done within the last couple of weeks? So they're starting to think through more and go like, well, why didn't you prioritize it? What other priorities did you have within that time box? And this is how the team is slowly owning the requirements to deliver and mature in their time box. And that is so the ongoing development that we will have, and it will take a number of years, if I'm being to be honest. And then, of course, there's the organization as a larger organism. So as Hayden said, we had a baptism of fire. I came from holidays from New Zealand. I didn't have time to really think. Suddenly we had to deliver this fairly complex piece of work. We had a sensitive stakeholder environment. We're still doing some BAU, but we had a project to deliver. And I couldn't really be nice to the guys, they only just met me, but I was on their tail. I go like, have you done this yet? I was checking in daily, not twice. Where is this at? Where is this at? And I could see that I was becoming really a little bit annoying because they were not quite used to that other than Hayden asking them. So I go like, who is Tom? He's just chasing me for all this work, and I could sometimes do look towards Hayden, looking at Hayden, and Hayden just goes like, no, you guys get on with the work. And it was tough for them. They had to deliver this, and we did. And I think that was a realization that this actually works, and that was great for them. We know that we can do this, and we know that we can own it, and we can know that we can do more. Which is where we're now forcing the right habits. So this, we're doing a massive integration project, running staff data, automation on the project, and we have the luxury of time in that to develop this over a number of time boxes over the remainder of the year. Every time box we are improving our habits, we are improving our culture around managing our time and priorities. Eyes on the horizon is for me delving with the broader organization. As Hayden said, I have, my remit is across the entirety of St. Philip's. And that means now we're working with sponsors to say, well, you wanted something, you wanted the product, but the product is not going to fix your problem. And that's, and that's a learning process. So the additional discussions, well, how do we get this product to do this, and how do we develop this, and how do we roll it out to our stakeholders, and how do we set that timeline? So I created an initial program of work, timeline, horizons, and then the sponsor suddenly realized, but I don't really want this. This is too much pressure, and this is going to go wrong. I go like, that's great, that's good. You're thinking about this more than you were before. How do we now change this? How do we change the program? How do we change this? Is it a program of work? Is it still a project? How do we break it up in different phases? Do we need more executive buy-in? Yes, we do. All right, who else do we need to bring in? So this is becoming a long-term portfolio and program strategy work with the sponsors and the senior stakeholders. And that will again mature, training the sponsors to think more broadly than I want a tool or a product, as I've heard others already say in the audience. What happens is you roll something out and it's not fit for purpose. you know, that's a challenging one, because I find it pretty rare that a product is really fit for purpose. It's more like, how does it fit into the system? You know, how do the processes are aligned with the product? And do you really need to buy another product, or can we adopt our processes and culture sort of to make it work rather than making a massive investment? Because that change can still happen, as we have with one of our solutions, but it might be another few years where we can improve. But first we need to establish our processes and culture around one particular element before we are mature enough to make a better investment decision the next time. Again, this is a maturing process. So what are the key takeaways? For me, it starts with purpose. As Hayden highlighted, we're getting people to write up what they want out of a project and be purposeful and be committed to that outcome. It's, again, shared understanding. If I have shared understanding, we can work towards a deliverable and an outcome. If we don't have shared understanding, we don't know what we're delivering. Right. Coaching the sponsor, as I just highlighted. Make the start clear, add decision gates. I do have decision gates. Are you agreeing with this? Yes, we are moving forward with this timeline, with these deliverables. Are you happy? Are you sure? Yes, I am. As a sponsor, I know I'm behind this. Great. I'm writing it down and I'm sending you the minutes. Right, it's on paper. Again, building habits. You don't need a project manager, and I think that's the key message, to build any of those habits in your team. They can be part of your daily routine, they can be BAU. Anyone can build those habits. You don't need a project manager to build those habits. Again, I'm not controlling, I'm creating movement, I'm creating emergent culture and behaviors around managing projects. The team need to self-organize. I don't want to own their team, I don't want to own their tasks. They need to do that all by themselves. More communication is better than less. And remember also, it's just a people business. We're just managing people. It's, you know, we're managing each other. We're trying to get better outcomes. It's just about having fun, really, for me, and getting better outcomes. Everybody enjoys a good project outcome and celebrate our wins. So that's my message. End of that. So any questions? I'm interested to see where others are in their project management journey. I'm happy to listen to questions or talk afterwards. Come to me and Hayden. But yeah, everybody's in a different path and everybody has different learnings on how to get there, and particularly culture. Every organization has their own culture to overcome when it comes to getting those outcomes. So yeah.
Probably keep moving. We've gone over time there. Can you just thank Hayden and Tom for their time today? That was a wealth of knowledge. I think a lot of us would agree there. So much to absorb in such a short time period. I know we've gone a bit over, and I didn't want to stop it because I just thought that was just really helpful. I don't know about everyone else. How many agree that was some good info there? Yeah, no, I agree. But look, don't want to take too much more time. We've got Damien and Graham here on speaking, empowering school leaders, driving change, and strategic IT support. Let's move the slides there. Yes, I don't want to spend too much more time speaking, so I'll let them start it off.
This one as well? Good morning. Okay. My name is Graham Cachell. I work at AIS New South Wales in a role of Manager of the Technology Advisory Service. I probably said enough this morning in related to David's questions about the IT review. But I've been in my role for about 2 years. Prior to that, I started life as a teacher, and at one sliding door moment in applying for a job at Loretto Normanhurst, the head of school said, "Would you be interested in doing some IT support?" I'd applied for a teaching job, and as I just bought a house in Sydney, I said yes. And I moved in a range of roles, including a head of faculty and then director of IT. And then I moved to St Joseph's College at Hunters Hill in 2013 and did a decade at Joey's in the cerise and blue, as I would say. And that's where I met Damien Lumbey, 2020 something or other.
2020, June 21. I'd just come back from a trip to Mitie where I'd talked to Graham, who said, "Do you want to come work for us?" He regretted that for many years. 3 years later, he moved over to AIS and Scott Johnson came in to Joey's. he got the benefit of my sense of humour, and as I've said in a presentation previously, if you've seen it with Graham, there was no change before I turned up at Joey's. And then in about 3 years, there was lots of change. Graham did nothing. The last major change...
140 years of change, Damien.
140 years.
But
well,
anyway.
there were lots of buildings and things like that, and pools built, but if you ask the
Joey's
school...
is one of the sandstone colleges. If you've ever been to Joey's, it is made out of sandstone, and it's sometimes as immovable as the sandstone itself. The culture eating change is a classic, I thought, and brilliant. I want to shout out to Hayden and Tom for that presentation.
It was a great presentation. So much. We felt seen from the change we went through at Joey's.
Definitely.
And some of the things you mentioned there were just spot on. And we're going to double down on some of those elements here without going as deep into some of the specific elements. But I think it's really important that all the presentations so far have had that theme, particularly around stakeholders. Who is the stakeholder? Who owns that change? It's not IT. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about. So I actually have a teaching degree as well. I never went into teaching. Well, I did about 6 weeks of casual when I finished my Uni of Newcastle primary degree, at Rimba campus, unfortunately, not the Premier Callaghan. But I did go to the Bar on the Hill plenty of times, Tom, so, nice place to go. Didn't have that at Rimba, but we did have the teaching degree and a few other parts. So I did that and then didn't. I went into training, which led to projects when a project was running behind. I became a BA because they were, under the pump and I wasn't. And then that eventually led through a long journey by accident to schools, which makes my mum happy because she's a teacher, or was until she retired. She was happy that I came back.
Just talking about change, that photo, Damien, Roberto Jaquera took that photo of me at Loretto Normanhurst in about 2012. There's no use changing your LinkedIn profiles for years, I think.
You still look
the grey hair, just leave it all out. I still own the shirt, so I think I can still use the photo. Okay.
And that photo is June 21st, 2020, my first day at Joey's. That's why I'm still smiling. Okay, strategic IT support. I'm going to have to turn around to this one here because I'm sort of used to having a screen in front of me. So what is strategic IT support? Well, as you've said...
On the podium, Damien, I think. I think there's a screen on the podium.
There probably is, and I've got to look down this way. But, you are the enablers, not necessarily the owners of change. You don't know why everyone's changing sometimes, but you need to be a part of that change. So being able to support the strategy is important. Cross-functional leadership is really, really important. That's something that we tried to do. We tried it in 2020 when we were looking at a SIS replacement. We didn't follow through with a full SIS replacement at the time, mainly because the options weren't really worth the change. We did an improvement rather than a full-on change, but we tried to build this, I think we called it a change board at the time. We evolved it, and later on we'll talk about what that became, and it was sort of a second run at it to make it successful, but initially there just wasn't that culture of change to build that. But we started something, and then worked out who could actually help us make this work. But also governance and risk, because most of the school leaders out there outside of IT, they don't understand some of the elements that you do, being in your roles, about the sort of the system-based risk or technology-based risk that they could be bringing in. Graham.
Just talking about change management, I think the irony is, in many ways, we know what might be best practice, but sometimes it's hard in our organisations to get that through. So the idea that your school has a strategy, and that you know the strategy, and a shout out to Miles at Knox at the conference in a session. He asked, his point was, can you get your executive to write down the 3 things that are most important in your strategy of the school, and then get them to write it on paper and see if they all agree on those top 3 things, which wasn't bad. But then how does that align with an IT strategy? So that's a nice fancy document that I can't remember where I grabbed that. I think last year I did a talk at AS at a course. I can't remember where we grabbed that, but just a nice summary of trying to align your strategic planning with your IT strategy and having that alignment go through to operations. Okay, so those initiatives, and the classic for me is when you've got a huge project that you want to help roll out that you'll need training time. Liam, shout out this morning on your Canvas implementation plans. But then this executive says, but we've got those staff days, we've already booked them out for the next 3 years and you've got no time. This is where strategy doesn't meet the road of operations and delivery. So I think there's a couple of things in that, and I do famously, when we were talking about change management projects last year at a course, I sat down and tried to think about how many projects I'd say I ran before I knew they were projects. And that's probably my potted history. I think shout out to Hayden for the project management. But I think in the last 2 years at AS, we've worked with some schools who say they've got 75 projects on their project board. Do you define everything as a project? And then my other thing is, do they have a business case? And that was really what you've got there with those projects. So I like that. And then, is there any success criteria that aligns to strategy for projects? And how many projects have you been involved in that failed? Was the other reflection question I had at one point last year. And I could clearly define 4 projects that I've been involved with that were abysmal failures. And mostly they were because we didn't align the strategy with the reality. Damien wasn't involved in any of those 4, okay? This talk came about because Mitie asked Damien to present, and he asked if we could present. Some of this was presented 3 years ago at the AS conference. Damien and I did a talk, but we thought we'd bring our nuance about our new roles into the talk today. But Damien came on board, and yes, none of those 4 projects were ones you were involved in project managing. Damien, probably it was my project management or no project management, like a HR project. That would be my first failure.
And coming to this last line down here,
yeah,
I'd question how many of those projects were actually aligned to a strategy, because when I came in, it was clear that projects were an IT thing. Doesn't matter where they came through. But then when you explore the environment, there's lots of pieces of change going on that aren't actually brought back up to a strategic direction, a wider roadmap. It was because somebody had, and this is me introducing terminology that's very common in the rest of the world. I'm standing in the wrong spot, obviously. But things like pain points, root cause analysis, going through and saying, they were trying to fix the pain points. Everyone knows what a pain point is. You play soccer like I do, over 45s. I've got a very sore left knee. That's my pain point. I keep trying to fix that. If I went back to the root cause, I'm 49, I shouldn't be playing soccer. That's my wife, who's a physio. She says, well, you shouldn't be playing. It's like, but I'm not ready to die yet, I'm still alive. I need to feel that anger. Moving into things, and this comes back to things like your Moscow principle, which is something that we've brought in many, many times in projects, but looking also at what type of project do you have. And you probably know the story of the professor that has the jar and he fills it up with the big rocks, the small rocks, the sand, then the coffee. Do you know that? Yep, good. This is like that. You need to do your big rocks first in your projects. And a lot of schools are going through this, doing a fundamental shift. Maybe it's the CIS project. They're doing the brain transplant. They're getting control back. Big rocks, very, very important. Too often you go for the small rocks, the sand or whatever. You're fixing the pain points out there without looking at why we're doing this. Oh, because the fundamental system's not working. And it has never probably worked, or maybe you took on a system 20 years ago and it's controlled your operations. So you want to look at your big rocks, your control projects. We did a lot of that, fundamental things. We looked at assist, we couldn't change then, but we went through other things. Payroll, HR, looked at finance, identity management. May not be the most expensive project, but gives you control. And then after you've got control, looking at your small rocks. Now they may be expensive projects to take care of one thing. They may not be that expensive. Products like Ally have come in to take care of that one area and they feed into the big rock project. Probably starts with a pain point, a small rock that feeds into there's a bigger problem, which leads to more discussion.
And just a comment there, Damien, about the big rocks. So picking up on Hayden and Tom's presentation about training your sponsor as an executive, it's really interesting. That's something I really picked up on in your talk. And if I'm working with your school in the future, I'm probably going to build that into some of the conversation, because I think it's fascinating about project management and about their understanding of being an executive sponsor, the business case behind the project. And CIS projects, the classic would be defining, documenting what you currently have is a key thing. And if it's a 2-year journey to document it, we'll do the 2-year journey. But also in that, establishing project methodologies as culture in your school. Really nice. I like that alignment.
One of the last things I did at Joey's before I left in December was I budgeted for a BA to come in and actually look at how data is managed across the college in the lead up to the potential for more big rock projects, probably a CIS project at some point there, because you don't want to change what you don't know, and there was a lot of we don't know out there. This is one of Graham's slides here. That's a picture of Graham there and his wedding day.
I went away from using AI. I thought there were some great images there today, but Winston, plans are of little importance, but planning is essential, is a great quote around the planning methodology. And I think when Damien came on board at Joey's and we were trying to establish a project control group, the school was used to building projects, funnily enough, and we're just trying to adapt that methodology into their thinking. It was the right time, right moment.
It's how you get through to them. They knew how to build a pool or a gym. Maybe they didn't, Graham. That's a discussion over a beer with Graham later. Yeah. But they raised money for it. They understood it costs a lot. They understood they weren't digging out the pool themselves with shovels. Although in 1955, the parents did actually come in with diggers and dig out the original pool.
But they're used to paying a project management firm, an architectural firm, a building firm. So you can take that analogy quite well with your executive groups. Obviously, COVID's had an impact on schools' understanding, I think, of major projects and critical incident response planning and why disaster planning and, those BCP concepts are important. I won't go through each of those, but certainly about establishing that PCG as a concept.
Yep. We're going to share this presentation for anyone taking photos or notes, so it'll be available, and I'm happy to talk through anything, as is Graham. So, non-IT leaders, what are they not experts in? We've talked about this earlier. This should make sense. IT governance, they wouldn't have a clue generally. And that's not being rude, that's just, it's not their wheelhouse. They've probably come up through the teaching line. They know how to build a curriculum, deal with parents, boarding, things like that kind of stuff. But this is your role. So this is where you can support them strategically. You're there to fill these gaps. They may come to you and, they may not be a Mitie forum member, so they wouldn't know what the latest trends are in software. They don't go to the conferences, although it was great to see at the AIS conference this year, the time dedicated for principals and business managers, because so many of them get to make that decision or have to think about that piece and can take it back. It's really, really important. And Graham's got, a bit of case study experience now.
Oh, look, I think David highlighted it this morning, but one other concept I thought or two things is CIS landscape. What is that CIS marketplace? So many of this, this is a challenging space in terms of what non-IT leaders don't know is that space that they've used a product elsewhere and think it suits the current place they're in, or they know of a school, like where their kids go, uses our product, and therefore it will work for us. So decisions made. That's all you need, Damien, isn't that right?
I think there's someone here who had that, where a new business manager came in, and so therefore they got the system they were used to. Whether it was the right system or not, who knows? But that's what they got.
And I think the other one, Marcus and I have been doing the cybersecurity tabletops, and it's a really interesting experience of getting in with the executive and why, for some schools, I don't know, some of you in the room and online, I'm not sure how many are online, but, multi-factor authentication, you started talking about it, you said you needed to have it. There's still some schools that's been a challenge space for all staff to have, or a range of things that suddenly you're in a room with the executive talking about the current risk environment, and they're listening to that external voice. And so there's always a room for an external voice to push and prod along and hopefully work in collaboration with your executive on the strategy of the school.
So we had an interesting experience at the start of my time at Joey's where I was brought in to help Joey's look for an alternate CIS. That was the initial budget. We had a great consultant that came in for 6 weeks, Phil. And Phil was the least exciting person I've probably ever met. He didn't want to be there. It was the middle of COVID. He was meant to be down with one of the big blue chips, and suddenly the contract ended, and this was a pickup job to keep them employed. Didn't want to be there. He said from the start, he just said, this isn't exciting for me, which is a great way to start something that cost about $120,000 for the school over 6 weeks. Which really...
It was an enterprise architecture project that the new Director of Business Services endorsed. That was an interesting process. I think if you're going to sit down with all the teams in your school and ask them to outline their pain points, you've got to have in your head some solutions at some point for some of them, because you've just asked them to unload Damien's got more than a sore knee he could tell us about. We don't have time today though, Damien. But all your teams being in a room to think about how the systems and the workflows don't work for them. you need to take them on a journey somewhere. We had some targeted projects that came out of that, yes, a mini CISP aspect, HR payroll, sort of got defined as a control project, a big rock for us, and the accounts and the general ledger design for the school.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. But the main thing that happened is you got 5 sources of data for the same stuff being replicated. And I still had that pile of paper that came out of that session. It was funny though, when they looked at the budget for that consultant, they went through pain points. And then I said, okay, so you're going to do root cause analysis? Well, it's not in the budget. And it's like, okay, great. But that did become probably the most expensive induction Joe's has ever done for me. 6 weeks talking to everybody, facilitated by a consultant. But I took that and then turned that into a bit of a roadmap so we could start to build something up and linking it through and said, right, if we're going to do HR payroll, well, that then has to go into identity management, which then has to flow into the other parts. We actually started to get some control back through these pieces. Wasn't always successful, definitely burnt me out. That's something that will happen in projects, but it was a great way to start getting the school to think about things. So, that whole piece right down the bottom, Little Red Hen, you know that story? Who's going to help grind the grain? Who's going to help bake the bread? Nobody wanted to help. Once we selected something, everyone just pulled back. That was my first learning about how schools worked compared to corporates, which would invest in this, and suddenly everyone was excited until the work had to happen, and then pulled back, and suddenly became, well, that's an IT project. So I learned pretty quickly that we had to change a bit of the culture around this. Otherwise, we weren't going to get anywhere. Which is sort of Graham's experience over the years, was it would just always fall back into Graham pushing things along. So collaboration and trust. Well, Graham, we built collaboration and trust pretty quickly. I think that was one of the reasons why I stayed longer than the first year contract, was because I felt I had a guy here I could lean on to get things done. He was an influencer, and people tend to follow. But we had so much change. In the time I was there were four headmasters. One
we had a
returned.
bit of change. Yeah.
And 3 deputies, 2 IT directors, 3 business managers. I had 4 role titles. I had 6 line managers in 4.5 years, and 3 desks. But the most important thing is we brought change. So building trust, it's really, really hard in a school that's got a lot of long-standing relationships with people that have never actually left school. And I'm sure that you've probably got this in your schools as well. People go through school, they go through their education, qualification, they come back to the school, and 30 years later they're still there. And there's something that happened 30 years ago, they'll never forget about that one person in IT who didn't help them. It wasn't Graham, he was always very, very helpful. But that makes it really hard when that person works up to be the exec. Or, have you worked in government on projects, anyone? Government departments? How hard is it to get somebody to put their name against a project that could ruin their chances of going to the next level? Impossible, that's right. So headmasters are rarely the ones, smart headmasters, are rarely the ones to put their name against a project. It's always the deputy or the business manager, right? Somebody who's probably a little too energetic, right? May never actually make it to the headmaster, but really good at bringing change. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Headmasters are very much the face there. Lovely though. And so things like those joint planning sessions we talked about, it's great to do joint planning, but there's got to be follow through, and that comes back to your stakeholders owning the change. And if we look at building this project control group, we started with a change control group, or we end up going with the PCG because that's what the building operations called theirs, project control group. We had operations, they had construction, but they understood the language. They had meetings going, it's like, all right, well, let's fit into that mold. So it'd be a change control group in most places, and a strategic planning group. But, we needed exec support. We were doing projects, and everyone's like, I don't care about this. But as soon as we had Mick Blake, headmaster, 6.5 foot of Novocastrian muscle, standing there saying, well, we're doing this project, it's my project, then people started moving along with us. I had to use the muscle to get through. And when Graham left, we had Scott come into IT. Now, Graham being a teacher, if you've never seen Graham in flight doing a PD session, it's glorious. It's just so powerful. Scott's your traditional IT guy. He's come up through IT. He's nowhere near as strong on that, but very, very good on the IT governance side. And that's not anything against Scott. It's just the different personalities. So we had to use the group. And sometimes these meetings were fun because you go through an hour and you just feel like you got nothing done. But, we had to make sure we had budget for projects because classically they wouldn't. And even the budgets we got, they were so small, but there was something that got us moving. You know, you could spend $28 million on a pool. You couldn't spend $500,000 on an HRIS project that actually needed resource to be done well, because it's like, well, they didn't see the value. But when you're talking about a $30 or $40 million payroll on some of these big schools, that's a lot of payroll to get wrong if you're trying to get this project done, if you do it the wrong way. It's the same with any other project you do. If you don't invest, you're not going to get a good result. So having this group was really important to us. So it became their projects, not our projects. We were just there facilitating.
Damien did a bit of nice financial forecasting in some of that as well. Like if you table the expense of your HR and payroll project for the next 15 years, like what's your lifespan of your thinking about use of it, and put that up and then think about how you might resource against it. Because we did struggle. You might think at Joey's we had unlimited resources. No, we did not. Damien came in and first time in a role, I think his first title was Head of Process Improvement. He got fancier titles the longer he was there, but you know, it was process improvement. PM role with BA, I'd suggest, was some of the bullet points within that role description. We then often resourced out some BA role. We were very fortunate on the payroll project to bring in a lady named Anne, who worked out of South Australia, that Damien had as a contact on the payroll project. Very specific skill set to bring into that payroll project. To help us deliver, because of course we all knew we wanted that project, but a bit like that executive sponsors backing away once you start the project, who's doing the day-to-day work? BAU versus the project work. In very small teams like your HR payroll teams, at my previous school was 2 or 3 people really of workers. And so how did we resource up for those projects? And that was always a constant battle, and still is for that school and for most schools, about how do you resource a project?
So in the PCG, it's hard to know who your members should be, and each school is going to be different because you may not have an HR director. The bigger schools will, the smaller schools won't. And even if they're in that role, maybe they aren't a traditional HR or, you know, finance director. Maybe they're somebody who's been tapped on the shoulder 10 years ago and said, oh, you can run HR because we need someone. And that's kind of what we had. So there was always the challenge of saying, well, what is the strategy you're trying to support here? You know, where will the school be in 10 years, even 5 years? So therefore, what resourcing will you need and what systems do you need to support that? So this is where the strategy part comes into it. You're not just doing a project for the sake of a project. What is the strategy you're supporting? Are you going to start a prep school? Therefore, you need to think about systems that can do multi-campus, for instance, and then, you know, it goes on. So trying to get them to think, not just now, and there were a lot of fixes we were doing, so there were a lot of those control ones we were putting in place, but then as we were maturing and saying, how do you progress this? And that's where you'd have your standard people, finance, obviously need money to do projects, HR, you're going to impact people on every project you do. Hopefully not too much, but there'll be some there. Generally teaching and learning in schools, but not always, because maybe it's not a teaching and learning project. But IT, yep, because pretty much every project we went through had a technology base at that point. There were other projects that didn't, but they were sort of few and far between. And then you'd bring in other members as you needed to. If it was advancement, you'd bring them in. We just did a project, one of the last ones was the website. That was really nice. We had a different group for that, even though the overall PCG was still the ones funding it, owning it, and making sure it was going well, unlocking the resources.
So, I mean, were you getting other people in your last 2 years to write the business case for the projects, or had we helped train some of them write a business case? Where was it your last 2 years?
Yeah, I created templates. I'd always work with them on it because they wouldn't know how to. And there's plenty of things I don't know how to do, so this was a skill set I could bring in. Mm-hmm. And, you know, these days, if I was still there, I'd encourage them to go to Copilot and get it to help them write a business case because they can't think about things, but it's so much easier now than it was before. Just the why, coming back to your simple business case approach, you know, thinking, why am I doing this project, and then fitting it up in. Because if you're going to ask for money from a budget, you need to be able to, you know, quantify it. Why do we want to do this, spend our limited resource? And the smaller the school, the harder that will be. So change approval process, this is variable per school. Your school will define how you're going to do things. If you've got a big school, it might be formalised, or the headmaster, headmistress may be the one that decides on everything. Yeah, you might have the business manager that's the controlling. So get to know who has the true power in your school if you're trying to get a project through. Because you'll have some people that will have positional power, like the headmaster, but maybe it's the business manager. If you get them offside, you never get anything through. Or maybe it's the head of boarding. Maybe they're the ones that really control everything. Graham, one of your passion pieces.
Touching on resourcing, I think if you're in a team, Lance asked about a team less than 5, you know, we often see schools not resourcing a project in a similar way, and so that, you know, Lance, these all might be you, you know, and that's a challenge, isn't it? And fortunately, in my last, say, 3 or 4 years at Joey's, we were able to resource some projects, but probably my first 6 years there, we weren't. So, you know, that's from experience, but yes, having Damien come in as a PM for a lot of projects and a BA,
and
really,
a change manager,
and a change manager,
and a counsellor,
but just thinking through, like, just, you know, who is the PM, what skill sets exist in the school. In some schools, it is the deputy. It has been. It can be a COO, it can be a CFO, it can be the IT lead. It just depends on the role. I think looking ahead at the amount of schools looking at the moment around SIS projects, we'd seriously advise to start to think about this. We've talked about documenting what you currently have. I think it's great to think about establishing project methodologies within your practice of your executive group, because a SIS change is a whole school, a whole org change, and it really needs thinking. Thinking about how you resource. It's really hard to change every workflow in a school and just do business as usual. You know, and if you survive that, my hat's off to you. You know, there's people in our audience today, or we've had them present at panels at the last 3 years of conferences, and it's a challenge. But if you can resource, and if someone in your school's talking about a SIS project, immediately I'd be talking about how you resource from it.
I was going to say resign, but don't. That's a joke.
Well, it'd be nice, and I remember Michael Eggenhuizen, you know, or someone many years ago at a Mitie Day talking about how the myth that most IT managers or leaders leave the year after a SIS project gets implemented. And I think for many years that was very common in our sector. It'd be nice to stop that as a practice, that we burn ourselves out because we haven't resourced the project, and your school doesn't understand what the IT lead is delivering. The voice isn't heard, you're in your own echo chamber, you know, doing a podcast to yourself, you know, exposing that this methodology, and for some of your executives, as Damien said, if they've not been in corporate world and you're head of HR, you don't have one, you know, etc. You know, what's a business analyst? What is the role of a project manager?
And how much do you pay for them? They're just not used to the corporate rates for these pieces, as some of you have mentioned in the breakout there, even trying to get an IT staff, let alone trying to get an overpriced project or change manager in Sydney at the moment, you know. It's hard. There's the other thing of why people go missing, touching on that piece about IT managers leaving after a SIS project.
Yep. And I think there's just a couple of things in there. Like, my experience is most people don't understand testing at all. So if you think you've got a testing plan, you know, and then you go around your school, and it could be almost everybody else in the school has no idea what the word test means. Okay, establishing criteria, outlining what it is, checklists, sign off, even getting people to sign off that they're the business owner for the testing of an area is really challenging to make that happen. You know?
How many of you are ex-teachers like Graham? Yeah, hardly any of you. So you might be okay doing a SIS replacement and guiding them through because you understand the full context of how this is used. But the rest of you, you don't. And that's the challenge with this. If you're the ones owning this, you don't actually know. You're never going to be the contextual experts in most of these parts. It's handy if you are. Sometimes you've just got to stump up. On that note, if anyone needs a change plan or a test plan document, I can give you some templates. So just contact me afterwards.
And training, it's very difficult. BAU, training, you know, how many I know, the people didn't even go to the training that was organised. You know, then they turned to IT for help. And trying to establish the lines on that, unfortunately for Damien, he actually ended up running a payroll or two at Joey's as part of the project because the payroll officer left as well. Challenge space, you know, but if you suddenly, and I know many years ago at a former place I worked, we had selected a HR project that was an abysmal fail, but part of that was because HR had 6 people go through the office in 18 months. So every month we were training someone else on how to use that highly evolved product that probably was too big for our school at the time. okay? And it was a turn-off project. That was a fail that got turned off, okay? And it didn't have good guardrails around it that we're talking about today.
This is something that you probably don't remember, but in my interview when I was driving out to Mudgee talking to Graham, I mentioned vendor management as an important piece before we even started. And so much of it comes back to IT, but you don't have the roles for it. You've got the applications manager maybe sometimes, but vendor management's more than just making sure the system works. It's actually being with them on a journey to help them develop. And there's Clipboard, which was a good product when I came in. There was a whole bunch of feedback from our sports guys about Clipboard, early adopters. And so I wrote up all these different stories based on what they said, and I put them to Clipboard and said, well, what do you think about this? And so if you've used Clipboard, there's a whole bunch of development that came through over the next 18 months from those stories. And we started looking at those vendors as partners. Now, Graham was deeply upset with one particular vendor when they doubled or tripled the price. I've never seen Graham angry except for one time, and if Alison's here, I'm sorry on Graham's behalf. But you can talk to her about that story. But he'd always tried to work with vendors as partners, which is a great thing. They've got to come sort of back. And I think the market does that very well. But the problem with IT being the only ones managing that vendor relationship, again, you don't always have the context of what's important.
And I just point out there that even the internal relationship, we all knew we needed Clipboard at my previous school, but we didn't write it down as a business case. It had to be better than post-it notes and emails, right? Therefore, they're going to adopt it, was my failed mentality. And this is pre-Damien. Damien came in to help clean up and take on, and Clipboard, hats off to them, adopted a whole lot of stuff around the injury management and replacement of
team flexibility.
Teams. If you lose a prop forward in rugby, you've got to move up 13 prop forwards from different teams, and all that came in on the product set. But it helped us go back to the team, the sports and co-curricular team, to help embed it. But I just point out that some people in the school thought that we'd mark attendance in Clipboard, like the deputy head of the school, but then the reality didn't actually happen like that because no one was checking a coach mark the attendance. So it could have all that functionality that we thought we'd roll out, but the consistent approach and application wasn't present. So that was like a re-engineered project that sort of landed on Damien's lap when he arrived.
So that comes to the point, when you're running these change processes, go back to them after a while in use, saying how is it running for you? Is that change effective? Do we need to revisit it, budget a bit extra? So with the HRIS project, I made sure in the budget for the following year, there was a substantial budget for a bit more work because it's the apprentice year. It's the first time you're using it. Is it working? Do we need to go back? And if you don't have that budget, you're not going to be able to go back over it and do it well. You'll just sort of have this product that almost works. All right.
I think these things have been in it. Communicate. I like your diagram, Hayden, with the decision gates. Having a decisions log. Many years ago, an issues log was a new thing for me on a project. I remember talking to one of our colleagues in a school about 6 years ago who just rolled out a new SIS, and they'd logged 600 tickets with the vendor in the process of getting that SIS project underway. So keeping track in just an old Excel spreadsheet of an issues log. So you've got a full listing, not, that's a tip. And decision log. For your own executive, they might forget they were in the room when they decided something. So documenting, Tom said, and I'll quickly email it back to them. Damien was very good at that as well. There's the minutes of our meetings of a PCG and getting it logged and back out. Because people forget they were in the room.
Record everything. Always have a Teams meeting, because you'll forget it as well, and they'll say, I never said that, until you roll it back out. And the co-pilot side of things has just made that so much easier for minute taking. Just revolutionised.
And we were recording all of the training, because it was COVID era as well, so that Damien did establish good practice on Teams meetings. Let's record everything, so we got all those training. But now with co-pilot and the transcription as well.
So much easier.
I would suggest that's a brilliant addition.
Okay, let's send that to you. Any questions for Graham? There'll be none for me, because he's a practical teaching type IT guy, and he's charming.
Yeah, John.
Who's accountable for the failure of projects, and how do you deal with it?
Look, I've been on the executive in 2 schools for 16 years. Projects take a while to fail. They fail slowly, like a miserable death. And it takes a moment it's a point in time conversation. Or if there's significant change, new head, new director of business, new IT lead, that the Band-Aid gets ripped off, John. That's my experience. You know, the self-realisation from the head of HR at the time that we needed to turn off that system was interesting, and I fully supported it. Other projects, yeah, there was one, there was a finance analytics tool that we were trying to use at Joey's, but we had under-resourced it probably. But it still took a while. It's only when that the deliverable versus the value versus the cost, like the annual licensing still there, it's in next year's budget, is it? Oh, we still actually aren't got people using it.
There's a couple of things. A good business case, understanding the why is really important, because if you just entered into it, so Clipboard came in because it's a great system, somebody saw it, we need that, let's take it in. They brought it in, they didn't know how to use it, didn't work, they just said, oh, we just stopped using it. Still paying it, eventually it would have died and moved out. But there was an idea behind that as to why it was working. Now, they hadn't done the business case, and they probably hadn't assessed the product for its maturity well enough. It's a good product, I do very much like it. Things like that, analytics, it was a passion project for a finance guy. And it was a passion project costing about $150,000 a year for reports that never actually were generated, ever in its entire life, until it was eventually switched off. So that also comes down to who has the money. Finance, they'll spend it without telling anyone else they have money for projects. But if it comes back to, is a project failing? I'd come back to, is the business case good? Or, shock horror, maybe a vendor, salesperson didn't tell you everything that wasn't so great about the product. So come into it and assess it well and say...
I'm not sure he knows you, John, but anyway.
John and I met at the airport at Darwin at about midnight at the bar for a cup of tea, of course. But
I think that's a real risk for small schools with assist projects or smaller schools without resourcing a project. That, and I know, you know, we've got some great vendors out there in the hall, but that's a real challenge space, isn't it? That the school actually understands. You know, I'm sure the vendors probably have the same mentality in some ways. I hope the school remembers the decision they made. And I hope they know that this is what they've chosen to use. And that's a real challenge as well on the other side of the table of, and I love that phrase, and I think I had it in a slide that James Stewart's using at Barker about, you have to adopt the system. You can't try to adapt it forever. So that's a nice mantra, I think, for all of us in the change management of software projects is, and I think, Tom, you alluded to it as well in your presentation there, about you've got to use the product.
Well, right? Also know what you're changing. Do your scenarios, do your process mapping, write your playbooks before you go, because if you don't do it before you change, you'll be doing it as you change, trying to work out what the process is you're trying to replicate, even if you're adapting, not adopting rather than adapting. What are you adopting and how does that differ to what you've got?
Yeah, going back to Clipboard, are we using it for attendance, or did we just want the rosters to go out to the parents for where the games were? Because if one half of your sports team think that's why you adopted it, and the other half thought they were doing something else, and the deputy thought you bought the product to do attendance, you know you've got a flawed, you know, you've got the camel, the committee, a horse built by a committee. That's sort of what's happening in those sorts of projects.
Anyway, that's us. Email us, call us. I'm happy to answer any questions on change without charging you. So's Graham. Well, he may not be, but...
And I don't endorse Damien Lumby for any work.
I quite like Graham. He's all right.
This was a presentation. Damien, thank you for inviting me to share the stage with you. If you do need help with any of these things, yeah, reach out and we'll have a chat.
Yeah.
And appreciate the thoughts today. And
we want you to succeed. All right. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Lance.
Thanks, Damien Graham. My head feels overloaded. I don't know about you. That is a lot of information to take in. I hope you all are enjoying the day so far. Look, I won't speak too long. I'm meant to be doing a quick Mitie update. As all of you are here, you probably know Mitie well and what we do and what we're trying to achieve. And yeah, look, so I won't go into too much details other than, you know, just keep your eye out on the events that we have coming up. We already have conversations about potentially doing something in Canberra this year. We do have potential events in Queensland, WA, and of course we need to have something in New South Wales every term, I reckon, because I do enjoy this. But yeah, we do, most likely there will be, nothing's concreted in yet, but I think we might have something on the Central Coast, so who's keen to go for an hour drive up north? I just did the drive down myself, so yeah, it's not too hard to do. But look, stay tuned for that. But look, just want to just mention, look, if you want to be involved, please let us know. There's plenty of things to volunteer your time for if you want to do that. We more specifically would love to hear if you want to ever host an event. We love obviously running these events at other schools and hearing how other schools are doing IT, as well as, feel free to throw some theme ideas for these conferences. If you want to, step out and do some talks at any of these events as well, please feel free to reach out for us as well. It probably wouldn't be too hard to get people to speak at these events, but we want to hear from the community. So if you whether it be a SIS migration of any sort, or how you deal with data, how you deal with learning management systems, how do you manage your team, whether it be big or small, there's various things that will be helpful for a community to speak about. So I encourage you, think about what you're doing in your school and see if that might be of benefit to the community. But look, that's all I have to say at the moment. Look, we're about to step into lunch. We're a little bit early. Look, I encourage you to speak to the sponsors and see if they can support your school in any kind of way. And then, after the last session, we'll do a prize draw as well. So have a good evening or afternoon. Good conversations, and we'll see you soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. I think we'll get things started. I hope you enjoyed lunch and had some good conversations with other colleagues and sponsors. It's been a great day so far, and we're on the home stretch. So it's nice to see we still have a decent crowd here. I didn't know how many people wanted to have an early mark, and especially with this crazy weather outside, but thanks for staying around. Look, next we have Michael Durat. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, from St. Mary's MacKillop in Canberra, who's going to be speaking to us today on what do teachers want from IT support. He's been in education for the last 25 years, and so I think there's a lot we can learn from some of his experiences there, and he has a PhD in computing and education. Wow. I think we can learn a lot from Michael there. Look, I won't say anything more. Look, let's please welcome him as he comes up on stage.
All right. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for sticking around. I know I was tempted to just nick off, but I couldn't. So anyway, before I start, this was asked earlier, but a show of hands, who is a current teacher here? Anyone current teachers? Who has been a teacher in the past? Okay, a few people, thank you, and feel free to chime in with what I'm going to say. I titled this, What Do Teachers Want from IT Support? I thought while I was writing it, I could have titled it pretty obvious if you think about it. But for the sake of credibility, I'll just go with what do teachers want from IT support. And just to assure you that you're not wasting your time here, I thought it would be important to sort of give you a bit about my background. Now, normally I just assume that my reputation speaks for itself, and I come in to give a presentation and everyone's, oh, wonderful, it's Michael again. But anyway, I thought I'd better set this out, and there's quite a few new faces as well. So I fell into teaching at the end of my sort of study. I just stayed at university for a long time. I enjoyed it. And I started teaching. I was tutoring at first and then lecturing. So I started lecturing in 1999. I remember teaching Java and just flying by the seat of my pants, you know? Okay. And so I was teaching for 11, 12 years at 3 universities. And I sort of, during that time, also got involved in various committees on education technology and so on there. So while I enjoyed teaching, I loved it, and being able to share knowledge and see people respond and learn was really engrossing. After a while, I was looking for a bit of a change. An opportunity came up, and I took a position at Moodle. Now, Moodle, you've probably heard of, is an open source project. It does have a good economic model, and in sort of 2010, it was growing fast. So it needed some people to come in and help. I took on the role as development manager there, and we grew. We had about 8 developers, and it grew to, it's now, before I left, it was in the sort of 30s, 40s. And now it's a larger concern altogether. So I think Moodle, while it's not as popular in this country at the moment, is worldwide still the most widely used LMS. So it's continuing on, particularly in countries, non-English speaking countries and so on. Yes, as well as sort of managing developers and handing over that sort of to other people, I sort of was also responsible for running working groups, trying to figure out, well, what did people want from the product? Talking to educators at conferences, we'd have working group panels and things like that. Usability studies, there was a lot of fun stuff there. I started working remotely, and I ended up in Canberra. We had some young kids. We thought Canberra's a good place. And my wife says, oh, you're a grump, go get a real job. So I went back to the universities in Canberra, there's a few of them. I said, can I have a job? They said, no. So And then a job came up at Canberra Grammar School. And I thought, well, actually, that pays well. So I took on a job there. They were very excited because not only did I have some IT management now, I also had that background in education. So they saw that as a nice mix. And I'm going, well, that's just me. But it stood up pretty well. I worked at Canberra Grammar for about 5-6 years. And then took on an opportunity at ACT government. It wasn't that much fun. And so a couple of years ago, I went back into a school, and I'll tell you a bit more about that context. So I had a call from a friend who had been at Canberra Grammar. He said, we've got a bit of a problem here. Can you come and help us? And I was sort of going, well, I'm not really enjoying working for the government, so sure. They had not had an IT manager for a year and a half. A lot of staff had left. They'd brought in a few contractors. They'd kept a hold of a few of them. But it was like the Wild West. By the time I got there, everyone was sort of on their own, trying to do their best to do it. So 2 years ago, coming into this thing where sort of no projects were going on. It was just trying to sustain things, keep things going. And that will come up as relevant as we go along. So before we sort of dive into this sort of framework that I wanted to sort of share with you, I thought, and for those people who put up their hand as current and former teachers, correct me if I'm wrong, what teachers think about, if you sit down at morning tea and you have a discussion with teachers, what they're talking among themselves, and they'll talk to you about it if you let them, is their lesson plans, their assessment. I've got to do reports, or I've got to gather all those marks of those exams, and and some of that is, I've got to print, got to get it up onto the LMS, got to do things like that. And ultimately, what they're trying to do is improve student outcomes. So what does that mean, improving student outcomes? So if you leave a student alone, you assume that their performance is usually just going to, relative to their peers, just continue at a certain rate. Okay? If they get troubles at home and things like that, they might go down. It becomes a pastoral concern. You've got to try and draw them back. But the goal of a teacher is to try and draw them upwards so that they're starting to do better than they would if, they were just left alone. And they try and do this for all of the students as best as they can. This is ultimately why they're there. This is why we employ humans rather than just sort of making things electronic or other means. What they don't think about, if you sit down and talk to them, is IT system planning. Unless they're involved in some sort of committee or some sort of stakeholder group or something like that, they're definitely not thinking about that next project. Testing, maintenance, your technical policies, your engagement with vendors. They don't really understand your relationship with vendors. And documentation, well, that's your business. Now, they don't necessarily have to understand what we do, but we have to understand what they do. So IT people have to understand what teachers do. Otherwise, what happens is you end up in your little silo and they'll end up in their much bigger silo over there. So it is helpful to understand that mentality and keep it in mind. So with that, I wanted to sort of try and elucidate, to bring to light, well, what are the priorities that teachers have for IT? And I sort of thought about it for a bit. I started to draw it up. I went to a few teachers, I raised it with them. They gave me some feedback. I refined it some more and showed it again. And so it's not a comprehensive thing. I don't want to say this is some sort of scientific study. It's very much an opinion piece, but it has had some feedback. And see if it helps you. So a relationship between IT support in a school and teachers in a school, I'm using the teaching term broadly, progresses in stages. The first stage relies on having access to trustworthy systems. So a teacher wants to be able to walk into their office at the start of the day, print some stuff, get ready for class, walk from there, I still need a coffee, go over to a classroom, do the role, run the lesson, all that sort of stuff. All of that relies on several systems just working. Okay, the locks, the network, the printers, the student information system, the learning management system. It all just has to work. All right? This is quite a complex feat to actually all fall together 100%. But the expectation is that I should be able to trust it. I shouldn't have to think, if I'm a teacher, what might go wrong today. When the teachers don't trust systems, they don't trust you. It's not a personality thing. It just means that if you can't give me trustworthy systems, I'm not going to work with you. Okay, so if you are being called on, or you're, thinking we need to replace these systems, we need to do projects. Okay, there's a hurdle there. You can't go to that next stage until you've come up with trustworthy systems. But when you have established, some reasonably trustworthy systems, and most of the time the teachers can walk into a classroom and do what they need to do, they will start to engage with you as agents of change. You've got that trusted relationship. We can become partners. You can help us. And sometimes they might have ideas, sometimes you might have ideas, but you can work together on change. It takes a few changes to breed the sort of success you need to go beyond just a trusted change partner. So, like I said, their goal is improved student outcomes. For an IT team, ultimately, if we can get through and be creating trustworthy systems, being partners in change, we can then become colleagues working towards, as educational partners, improve student outcomes. Now, if there is a level, sorry, I've got that bit of a note there. So teachers won't jump up levels, okay? Like I said, if they don't have the trustworthy systems, you're not going to the next level. Unless you've had success in change, they won't trust you to be sort of delivering and collaborating on that next level. If there's a level beyond that, I don't know what it is yet. I don't know if anyone out there knows what it might be. If you do, you're probably thinking harder than I am. Okay, so this little framework I am going to try and elaborate on and try and give my experience on how do we attain these things so we can level up. Sorry, people were taking photos. Sorry, okay, I can pause for a second. When I was a teacher, I was a lecturer. Biggest course I had was 1,400 students. And you always had to stop because there was always someone at the back going, I'm still taking notes. All right. Trust is earned in drops and lost in buckets. So you work hard, your team works hard, you come in every day, you're making sure you're checking systems, you've got some automation in place or something, and then one day, boom, crowd strike. Oh, crap. Is that your fault? No. Do the teachers recognise that? No. They just can't do their job. Okay? So there's a lot that goes into trust. And it's very easy to lose, very hard to build up. I tried to figure out where that quote came from, and I was trying to find the source, but several people were claimed as the original. So I will just leave it as anonymous. So yeah, when technology fails, the scenario of walking into the classroom just doing what they need to do. If it fails once, maybe they'll give it another go another day. But if it fails, maybe a couple of times, they'll just avoid doing it. If you've got a touch screen in a room and you want them to connect their laptop to it and teach from that and that sort of thing. But they have trouble doing it until you actually stand next to them and help them and guide them and train them and that sort of thing. A lot of the time, they'll just avoid it, okay, if they can. They'll go to do something else, worksheets, whatever. If they can't avoid it, because they have to take attendance, you have to use that particular system. That system's running slow. You're onto the vendor. Come on, help us out here. The system's running slow. If they can't avoid it, they just get frustrated. And if there's a series of those, like we had a series where Central was slow for several weeks in a row during that 9 to 9:30 attendance period, and people couldn't avoid it. They were getting frustrated, and they distrust me. They distrust my team. Not that we're even the vendors of that system. We're not even responsible for it. We're just trying to yell at the vendors to get their act together. And they did, but in the meantime, we've lost trust. The fun thing is when you sit down and talk to the staff in that sort of, when you're in that state, is they'll want to tell you why it's important that this needs to work. You know why it's important that this needs to work. There's technical reasons, there's safety reasons, there's just the productivity of it all. But they're so frustrated they have to tell you. So you're sitting there listening, nodding, thank you very much. We will make sure we understand what you're frustrated about. We will make sure that. So yeah, the reasons don't really matter. They're just not able to do their job. They're hard to do a job. They can do that. Okay, so how do we improve the trust? Well, there's the obvious things. Obviously, you want to work on system stability. If you're getting a lot of requests to make change, but you don't have that system stability, then you might want to say, can we just focus on getting this working regularly first? And then we can work on expanding, doing stuff. I've been in this school now for 2 years. Only now, I've had a few months of a committee, a change committee, a few projects, with nice plans and things like that. I'm starting to roll out, SharePoint, MFA, these sorts of things, right? I'm only starting to get to that trust point after 2 years, right? Whatever you can proactively monitor, touch screens, printers, the network, all those sort of stuff, and get alerts. Make sure you have an alerting system. We're using Zabbix at the moment. To create tickets, check that daily. That's the first thing you do when you get in. You and your colleagues are responsible for various things. Make sure you get as much of it working. And if things aren't working, try and communicate. This isn't working. You don't want them discovering it's not working. If you can tell them that it's not working, and what are you doing? What's the time frame? Things like that. Get those basics down. Maybe things that aren't quite as obvious if you're a new player in the game. A culture of reporting. This goes hand in hand with trust. If a staff member encounters something, they feel, I'm so busy, I want this fixed, but first of all, I'm not even sure that those IT guys, I don't know them, I don't necessarily know that they're going to fix this, and I'm busy, so I don't have the time to even report this. Okay, what you want is to try and turn that around into recognition that if you tell us something is broken, we will fix it. So we're monitoring a lot here. We've got a lot of oversight of when things are working, when they're not working, but sometimes we don't figure that out. So we're relying on you. Thank you very much. There's a lot of thanks in this. Thanks for everyone who's been reporting issues. That's been really helpful for us. Get up once a term, and I just keep repeating that. Thank you to everyone who's been reporting stuff. That's really helpful. It really helps us make sure that everything's working all right for you guys. An easy reporting mechanism. If they have to go to a system, find the system, go to the system, fill in 20 things in a form because you want to know where, when, all that sort of stuff. maybe that's too much. Maybe consider, well, what effort is required to report something and how can we make it easier? We've trimmed ours down to just send an email to this address and then it goes into the ticketing system, and we will go through, we'll check, all of the details, we'll reproduce it, we'll put the effort into making sure, rather than relying on the reporters, because we just want to make it as easy as possible to report. If you're going in there and you're triaging the issues, the first thing you want to do is thank that person for reporting it. Thanks for reporting this. We're going to look into this and see if we can figure out the problem. Because they have taken the time. They have made an effort to tell you something. You can take it the wrong way. You can get defensive about it. Oh, they're talking about stuff that's... Or you can try and be positive about it. And like I said, announcing thanks. I go to staff meetings like weekly, and I make sure I make thank you for everyone who's been reporting stuff, particularly if there's an ongoing issue, to keep that up. In the IT team, talking about a collaboration culture. So rather than saying it's us and them and bitching about that particular person who doesn't understand it and keeps doing the wrong thing, talking about instead a collaboration, working alongside teachers and reminding them that their value in this organisation, a school, is that they're helping these students achieve improved outcomes. Okay? What you're doing as an IT person has an impact. When you get up in the morning and you're wondering, am I going to do something worthwhile in the world today? Remind yourself that yes, you're coming in, you're helping educate young people. And so you have these, I try at the end of each term, thank the team and remind them that, they're doing this important work for these young people. Discouraging defensiveness. It's easy as IT people to feel invested and have ownership of systems, and that's a good thing. But if someone comes along and criticises it, if you take it as criticism of your work, your response might not be as good as it could be. If you're thinking, we are colleagues, this person and I, and they've come to tell me that something's wrong, and I'm thanking them for it, well, that's a different relationship to, oh yeah, but you're not using it right, and let me show you how to do it properly and things like that. The team that I inherited had worked very hard in a limited capacity, and they basically chained themselves to their desks in the IT office. And when I said, if someone reports a problem to you, you should go out to them and help them where they are, was an insight that they hadn't thought of before. So let's prioritise. If someone calls from a classroom and says their AV is not working, drop everything, go and fix it. You might be in the middle of fixing a system, you come back to it. Let's get those basics right first. And even on some afternoons when things are quiet, get out of the IT office, just go to their staff rooms and go, hey, how's everything going today? Is everything working all right? And you will be surprised that every time you walk into an office, it's, oh, hi, Michael, while you're here, could you help us with this? It's like teachers keep these problems on reserve for when you show up. So, anyway, another important thing, particularly if you're the IT manager, is to go to the staff meetings. It's easy to say, well, they're going to be talking about stuff that's not really interesting to me. But at the same time, if you're not there, you're not part of their team. If I do go to these weekly briefings, and occasionally I'll stand up because I've got something to tell them, it's easier to tell them there than by an email because I'm a person then, okay? You're putting a face to that. It becomes a more human and collegiate relationship. And the last thing I have, even in the time that I've been working in IT and professionally as well, just noticed that people's expectations of IT has changed. It used to be tolerable for things to go down every now and then. Oh, that's okay. You're going to get back up? Yeah. If something goes down now, it's a cry for help. This system has to be up 100% of the time. The network has to be up 100% of the time. But at the same time, it's not going to be. as hard as you work, there will be failures, things beyond your control, and you have to be frank. I go to an exec meeting and I say, then we're not going to be able to get this working 100% of the time. I know you'd like that, but have you discussed with the staff that they have a backup lesson? Because they still need it, as much as we pretend that they won't. And they're like, well, maybe, well, okay. Okay, going back. So that's trustworthy systems. In the glorious state that you've gained trust with the staff. In my current school, I'm still working between that and the next level. Technological change. So I want to work with the teachers, exec, whoever, on change. But if they don't trust the IT staff, myself, what ends up happening is the exec themselves will try and drive change. Okay? And they go to EduTech and they come back all excited. Oh, I saw this product, I just want it. I've had that a few times, and if there's no mechanisms in place and there are no change management processes, there's no trust in an IT team to lead that, they'll just drive it through. It won't work, but they'll try. If there is mechanisms in place, I have had a few battles with some execs and going, well, that's an interesting system, but it doesn't integrate with anything else that we do here. And we could probably do the same stuff if we try it this way. Okay, but I really like that one. But yeah, anyway. So if there's no trust, you get people driving through change. When execs drive through change, they're not interested in necessarily consulting. They're not looking at multiple vendors. They're not seeing where the best deal is. They just met someone who convinced them this was a good idea. Go with them. There's no scoping of this. There's no talk about integration, how it does or doesn't integrate. How long will it take? We're just going to do it. What are our measures of quality? Are we going to try and achieve this and then sort of measure that we've achieved that? What is our communication plan, timing and so on? You end up with a very painful integration, a difficult integration, and the staff will feel that as well, but they have no choice because an exec is making them do it. And at the end, you've got teachers they're using a system that they themselves haven't had any input into. They've been told to use it. They don't have any ownership of that system. So resentment, and that resentment quickly builds. The fatigue in the system will become quicker, and they'll find the faults faster. When you do have that first level of trust, though, you can be partners in change, and that's the goal. Okay, so assuming that we've got our basics right, we're moving up a bit, and you're there with change. Okay. From a teacher's perspective, if there is change going on, when is it successful, when is it not successful? So an unsuccessful change from a teacher's perspective is one that requires them to change their practice. So a lot of those teachers, some are new, some have been doing it for 20, 30 more years, okay, and you're coming in, you're telling them that they have to do it differently because you want to change the system. They don't see that as an improvement, they see that as a failure. If they've got resources that they've been using for a long time, and you're saying, okay, now you have to reproduce them over here in this system so that they'll work with this system, that's not great either. And if the system in any part that they're reliant on becomes inefficient, so role marking, I get in there and every day I'm sort of spending 10 minutes trying to take the role, I could be teaching, that's a failure. From a teacher's perspective, what is a successful change then? So if we've talked about project management processes. I talked 6 years ago at Mitie about PMBOK-based stuff. I'll give you my link at the end and you can still see my old stuff, although some of my links are broken now, I checked. Anyway, so you've had a nice project management process. You've picked some key stakeholders, some, your sponsor, someone who's going to drive and be motivated to sort of promote the system and everything else. You've got them together. You've got some instruments, some templates maybe. You've got a proper solid plan and communications and things like that. You've planned it out, and you're going to go out with it. Those people that are involved in the project, and the more you can involve, the better, they're going to be confident that this is a change that's going to work. Consultation, the broader you can get with consultation, the more ownership is going to come back. Because if someone says, this is what I want from a system, even if they don't necessarily get exactly what they want, but you've asked them what they want, they're going to have some input into that. When the system comes along, they go, oh, that's the system we chose, not the system that was imposed upon us. And the more communications that you can have, if you have a nice, long sort of lead up, setting their expectations, talking about the benefits, get those ideas in people's heads, when the change comes, it's a lot more acceptable. So you've succeeded now in trustworthy systems. You've gone through and you've had a number of successful projects. Success breeds success. Okay, now you're talking about how do we work together on improved student outcomes. So just the point there. Basically, what I just said. What are the sort of outcomes that teachers are looking for? It's not just academic. I mean, that's, okay, you put up a student's grade. There are pastoral measures as well. Attendance is probably the richest source of data that we have, tapping into that. And if you can improve a student's attendance, involvement in pastoral activities, things like that, if you can measure those things and show that they're improved, you're doing well. And student wellbeing, since COVID, is something that we've been paying a lot of attention to. At our school, we have about 2,200 students. On some days, we're recording almost 1,000 points of wellbeing information. So the kid was late for class, a kid was chewing gum, a kid pulled out his phone, had to be talked to. I had to talk to this kid's parent on the phone. Here's a record of the conversation. 1,000 of those a day is a very rich source of data. How can you take those things and turn them into improvements in those outcomes? The ways in which you can improve, you can look at workflows and processes. Can some of that be automated? Are there still paper forms floating around for Jimmy who's got detention and has to go and speak to several teachers? What sort of interfaces are you providing to those teachers to make their job easier so they can focus on the teaching and improve those outcomes? Are they seeing data in a way that will allow them to judge whether this kid's heading in the right direction or not? And if you want to go, the best outcome that I've achieved is a proactive system where you set certain thresholds. This is all based on, we had about 20 different automated conditions, 3 days, 3 missed classes, it's their birthday today, they've got this behavioural pattern, their attendance pattern, something like that. And any of those thresholds gets hit, the teacher gets an alert, just an email, says, hey, you need to come into the system and have a look at this data. All right? And then they go, oh, their eyes are on the data. Oh, okay, I have to give this kid more attention. And hopefully that's one way you can help promote that outcome, whether it's academic, it depends on your threshold, whether it's academic, pastoral or student wellbeing. So they can do that sort of bottom informed for objective teaching, assessment and personalisation, providing the teachers with those tools. All right. How do you gain that? Those thresholds, those measures, those things. You've got to ask a lot of questions. You've got to know, well, this is all the data I've got. This is the data I haven't got. How can I answer those questions? you've got to work on data warehousing, bringing multiple things together so that when you need to calculate, figure out things, that they're in the one place, you can actually run queries on them. The presentation has to be good, and again, proactive alerting, drawing those people into that information. All right, that's the end of that's pretty good. That's the end of what I had to say. I have a blog which is where I've posted that and past things as well if you want to read any of that stuff. And yeah, in the meantime, thank you very much.
Look, we have a little bit of time left before the sponsors start coming in the auditorium. Just want to open up for some questions. You have any questions for Michael? Not too many sleepy eyes out there. Yep, we have one there. Yeah.
Hello.
Like the biggest disconnect between teachers and support performing and IT help desk?
What is the biggest disconnect between teachers and the IT help desk? When certainly that isolation can be the biggest disconnect. If you're not getting out of your office, for me, being a manager of staff, you want to hire certain people. I'm often asking some of the teachers, what do you think of that help desk guy? And if they're like, oh, he helped me, I'm going, well, that's nice. If they go, he really solved my problem quick, and he really seemed to know what he was doing, and he came to me, that's great. Not, oh, I had to get my laptop, drag it over to the IT office and point to my thing and say, it's not working. Yeah, so I think get out a bit. Yeah.
How do you pick the data tool? You're talking about the data analysis.
Yeah.
Are you using something in particular, or is it home built?
The stuff that I showed there is from a few years ago. So I was involved in an analytics project. Well, firstly, when I was at Moodle, I was designing an analytics thing there. When I went to CGS, we used SQL Server and SQL Server pages because Power BI at the time was too expensive. It'd probably be okay now, and it's sort of come a bit closer together, those SQL Server pages. But you could achieve a lot with that. When I was at ACT Education, it was more Power BI stuff. But again, you can create all of the reports in the world. No one's going to look at them unless you've got a reason to. So, yeah, until there's something timely that sort of pings somebody, come and have a look at this, it's useless. Yeah, the best you can hope for is, oh, here's something for the last 6 months. Oh, maybe we should do it different next 6 months. But if you want to talk about student outcomes, it's got to be pretty much now. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Ask you some questions.
Yes.
So I try to always thank them.
Yeah.
And thank you for bringing attention. And their colleagues also become more comfortable
Yeah. I'll repeat that. Thank you very much. So the comment was a lot of staff are insecure about reporting stuff. Is it my fault? Is it the system's fault? So they might be afraid or feel silly to raise it. Often people kind of walk, I've got a silly question to ask you. Oh, just ask it away. So reassuring them, thanking them that it is important that what they've said to you, even if it is just their problem, helping them fix it, it makes no difference. If it is the tip of the iceberg, always those scary ones. I was trying to print something and it didn't work, and then you discover, oh, the printing system's gone down and we're screwed for the next 2 hours, and everyone has to print stuff. That's really important that they come to you and tell you if you hadn't picked it up from some sort of automated alert, which you're only checking like once a day. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Sorry. Just a question. Hello.
You mentioned that a while ago there was that central issue and your team
they lost trust with the teachers because even if it's a vendor's fault,
Yes.
and there's nothing that we as IT can do about it,
Yes.
because we're the messengers, obviously there's trust that's been lost.
Yes.
How would, other than gaining the trust back, what's the best way to, like, even after I communicated with them, because a similar thing happened
Yes.
recently.
Yeah.
Even after I communicate that, there is simply nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
There's still obvious trust being broken.
Yeah.
There was nothing I can do about it.
I'll repeat that, thank you. So it shared a similar incident to what I was talking about in terms of software as a system service, which was become slow or unusable for a period of time. Is that right? And I assume you sent out an email saying, we had reports that this is problematic and we're talking to the vendor and those sorts of things. So there's reassurance that you're working on it and you've thrown away the blame to somebody else, but you're still, in their minds, the face of a failing attendance thing for that day. I don't think there's much you can do immediately to gain that trust back. You just have to let time and a lot of effort and getting it right slowly, fill that back up. I really can't say more than I don't have an immediate strategy to just turn that around. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, intermittently.
The trust kept going
up and down. Yeah. Certainly, I guess the one thing, if you think you've conquered the problem as well, and you want to be sure that you've conquered the problem, announcing that also helps as well. Maybe turn some stuff around. Central. Eventually, they decided they were going to increase the resources on their VMs for us for that particular time of day. Yeah, thank you very much. Now it's only half as slow, but. There's something, we've been working with the vendor. It should now be a bit quicker. If you're still seeing problems, please let us know. And often you can say that by email, but if you say it at a meeting as well, and you put your face to it, I think there's usually nods, and it's like going to a movie, I think, then if other people see other people sort of acknowledging that stuff, maybe it'll help wash away the stain of that failure a little sooner. Yeah. Yes.
The ones that I found have sustained teachers' trust is when the educational leadership team say to teachers, we know this system isn't working. If you can't meet your deadline, we understand. It's when, what I'm starting to learn more is when teachers freak out, it's because they're afraid that they're not going to be able to do their job and then they're going to be seen as not competent. But when the educational leadership has spoken into, like we had our printers go down earlier this week, and when they kind of communicated, don't worry guys, like that's really helped us to maintain that collaboration. I'm not sure if you've got any more to add there.
So the comment was that when a system has gone down and it impacts teachers trying to meet deadlines?
Or just in general, like the thing I've really noticed with teachers is they're always going, when you introduce a new system, what do they get to drop in order to prioritise this? And if that's not communicated, which is usually not an IT decision. So if it doesn't come from the educational leadership of, we want you to deprioritise this to prioritise this, or this is how we're going to make both work.
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm trying to work out, of how you get that balance right, so that teachers go, this is exciting, I'm on board. Yeah. It's okay if there's teething issues.
So certainly if there's interruptions that are the product of a change, having one of those execs, those leaders, those academic leaders involved as the sponsor of the system and the future owner of the system, and they have an interest in promoting the system, working with them to communicate to staff, okay, there is some teething issues, or the expectations around this, and in terms of your deadlines and so on, you will get it. Also, once things do start working well as well, they'll often be the ones that will try and incentivise use which has that added bonus. They'll come up with, oh, we just had 10,000 hits on our dashboard. Congratulations, look, I've got this stupid token that I'm going to give to this person because they were the 10,000th person. Little stupid things. When people are invested that much in the systems, yeah, that partnership really can work well.
I also wanted to ask you, sometimes when introducing new tech, have you got any good tips for ensuring that you've got your early adopters and then you've got your ones who will be resistant?
Yep.
So much of strategy is all up to the culture as well.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so have you got any good tips for the long-term cultural shift that sustains a new system or a new process, that it will keep going even if some people always remain naysayers? The majority is still like, no, this is good, we'll keep with it.
So theories of adoption, I don't see, have you guys seen that sort of curve where you've sort of got a small number of people who are the innovators, early adopters, the majority, the laggards, the people who resist change at the tail end? The innovators you kind of need to laughably sort of work with, but you don't necessarily want to accommodate them, because if you start accommodating them, you're going to put a lot of the other people offside. So be careful with the innovators. In terms of the rest of the population, your goal sometimes is to just drag them forward one step at a time through change. If you've got a project that's introducing new concepts, new systems, or replacing systems, road shows, early communications, the sort of ideas of the benefits, getting those expectations into their heads early on, you can usually get the early adopters, the normal people in that main bell curve, coming quite happily over. And then for the rest, you're relying on social norming and policies. Okay? So social norming is a big thing. What you don't want to do is point to the people who aren't adopting, because if people know that other people aren't adopting and they're reluctant to adopt, they've got a reason not to adopt. So you don't highlight that, but you sort of silently keep selling the benefits, and eventually they'll come along.
Yeah, the executive leadership line's a huge thing for that as well. So it's like, especially if you're rolling out new technology or whatever else, once you have a success story somewhere, parrot, to keep everyone on the bus, I think is a super important thing. Otherwise, people lose interest, and you get every organisation has their like detractors and naysayers who are just like, look, now the previous process used to work just fine. Clearly it wasn't.
Yeah.
So there's a reason for change, and I think, my experience as executive clients being
Fun little thing on that I've observed more recently is when execs start turning nouns into verbs. So you've got central, they're like, you've got to central that wellbeing incident, or you've got to central the attendance. Central is the name of the system, but they're using it like an action. Okay, then you know that's the norm now.
Yeah,
okay.
As long as you've got a catchphrase or a punchline attached to it, it's pretty good. Like when I was at BTS, we had the same thing with Hero, which was our health and safety system, so everyone was heroes, so that's a good way to roll it out. But I think a couple of other comments that have been made around trying to build that trust back. Like IT incident management practices are very part of, especially with stuff like that. I've run major incidents for years, and it's communicate early. Communicate well, communicate early. You will often think, we often can think as IT leaders or systems administrators or what have you, that the end user won't notice because you'll be fast enough to solve the problem. Sometimes you're not. And you will regret not having communicated out in some way, shape or form. And if you establish really good pathways to the champions within your business or within your organisation, whether or not it's like an IT lead in a school or a head of faculty or a head of year, that you communicate some sort of update to them, go, hey, look, this issue's going on. We don't have any more feedback for you this time, but we were aware that this thing is going. It will go a long way to stemming that flow of tickets that will make your life a lot more difficult.
All right. I won't repeat that, and I think it's time for me to get off the stage. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah, let's just give him a round of applause. Thanks so much for that, Michael. It's not easy doing the last session of the day, and I think we just got a lot out of that. And I think we're going to now the fun part of the last final part of the day is the prize draw. So yeah, we're just going to briefly hear from each sponsor, and to do the actual prize draw, I do actually have. It's probably hard to see a wheel of names here, which we don't have. Unfortunately, I couldn't get up on the screen there, but. It's a random selection, and so whatever names obviously it lands on, we'll get the prize. But first up, let me just get our sponsors there. Let's just get Next Tech, let's get Next Tech up here.
Wow, what a really big hall, and not a lot of people in it. All right, guys. Well, look, thank you everyone for coming today. Thank you to the Mitie education team for inviting us along in today. So for the guys that don't know me, my name's Alex Lynch. I am the School Device Program Specialist. Very long title, but so look, Next Technologies, if you don't know much about us, we're here to help procure and manage IT for schools. So we work particularly within BYOD for schools, setting up managed programs, managed portals where we do the boxes and the skins. So you might have seen, particularly today or at AIS, the skins, the boxes for education. So pretty much I'll just do that. We have got a Batmobile Lego set. So for you guys who do know us, we are very, very like our Lego. And it's probably one of the better Legos that we have at the moment. We had an Orient Express at AIS, and now we have an old Batmobile Lego set. So the winner is Jaslyn Hastings? Jakin?
Jachin Hastings.
Jachin. Thanks, guys, and hopefully everyone has a very safe trip back with the weather at the moment. Thanks, mate. I'll see you on Friday.
Just to let everyone know, though, you have to be here to accept the prize. If someone is not here, I'll just do the spin again, and then we'll see who's the lucky winner. So next up, we have CyberPulse.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot. We're a new sponsor, and we've been at quite a few of these events. We quite enjoy them, and we're very happy to be a full sponsor this year. We're giving away a DJI drone. We've actually seen some footage today. They're actually pretty solid. Just a little bit about our organization. We help organizations build their cybersecurity programs. So whether that be assessing what you're currently doing in your program, helping you enhance it, and then helping you run your cybersecurity. We have complementary services around that, like penetration testing. So we don't only do the advisory part of it and none of the work. We can actually help you with technologies and technical kind of services to support your program. Matthew Darby. Thank you.
We'll just keep moving then. Next we have Compass. If they would like to come on stage, and just be careful, we do have some water drops here, so don't slip.
Hi everyone, Jethro Saleh is my name. I've recently joined the leadership team at Compass, so I'm quite new, 4 weeks in. I've spent my entire life in ICT and been talking to ASX 200, ASX 1000 size companies. So K-12 is slightly different for me, but I do see a lot of repeating patterns, which is really interesting. And I do see a lot of corporate Australia coming into some of the elite independents here in New South Wales particularly. So Compass, from what I can see so far, is a really interesting company. I think we're interested in mitigating risk, driving operational efficiency and productivity, and improving customer experience. So that means helping students, parents, teachers improve those experiences. And to that tune, we have a $250 voucher for Red Balloon for an experience of your choice. So we'll go ahead and spin the wheel, or have you already spun it?
I've already spun it.
Okay, Adam Wallens. Okay, if we take a photo. Yeah, sure, fabulous. There we go. Thanks, Adam. Cheers. All the best. Any questions, seek me out on LinkedIn. I'm an absolute fiend, as probably about half the room understands by now. Thanks, everyone.
You'll see on the screen that next up is ISAMS. Unfortunately, they couldn't actually make it to the event today due to some last-minute complications. Yeah, by all means, please have a look at what they provide. I believe they assist, and so I know there's a lot of people out there looking for the right SIS for their schools. So now, yeah, make sure to check out ISAMS. But next we have up Desire Audio Visual.
All right, it's always good to go to one of these events. As a vendor, it's very important to touch base with everyone and see some old and new faces and, yeah, see what schools are needing help with. So without further ado, Desire AV, they're a family-owned and operated integrator. They're based in 2 locations, in Newcastle and Sydney. They also have their own installers that are all in-house, which I always prefer as a vendor. Simply because the people that we talk to will always be the same ones that they use. It's good for them to know the schools back to front as well as know the products that they're supporting. A little bit about ViewSonic. We're a display company that has been making displays for over 35 years now. We are US-based and headquartered, and we don't make washing machines, we don't make fridges, we don't make rice cookers. We just do displays, and that's what we're proud of and what we specialize in. So we also make and write our own software, such as wireless screen sharing software, digital whiteboarding software, and device management software. So implementation is very important to ViewSonic. We want our displays to be used in schools. So along with the topics of today is about change management. If there's anything that you guys need or need help with from me to do professional development or training, come to school, just let us know. So speaking of displays that we do, what we have here is a portable 16-inch ViewSonic monitor up for grabs. And the lucky winner is Philip Collins. Please come on down.
Right, next up we have Veracross.
Hi everyone, I'm Hayden from Veracross. Ooh, that thing moves. First of all, thanks everyone for coming today. I know when you wake up in the morning and you look outside and you see that, it would have been very easy to stay home, but the Mitie community is a fantastic community and one that we're really happy to be a part of. If you don't know Veracross, we are a school management system, fully featured. We've got a solution around all aspects of the school, admissions, alumni, development, finances, everything. We are Australian hosted and compliant. We've got a number of schools now going through the government reporting processes, etc. And one of our strengths is around the power of integrations. And for schools that are really looking for something that can help them with their current systems as well as their future systems, Veracross is really great at being able to pull things together. So things you're using right now can stay if you want to. And I think the other thing that schools really love about our solution is it is one source of truth with one record at the core of the system. So regardless of whether you are a parent and a teacher, or maybe you're an alumni as well, it's still that one login for you to get into Veracross and use the solution. And then also from a reporting perspective, you're always looking back at that one record. We're giving away, they're in my pocket here, some AirPods today, and the lucky winner is Evan Hughes. Oh, he's not here. Maybe we get a redraw. Oh, I love a fancy redraw. Here we go. I saw Evan's eyes light up, the other Evan. Socrates, Hutzi, yes, okay, here we go. I wasn't going to butcher the last name. Congratulations.
Thanks for that. Next we have, sorry? Oh, yeah, just be careful though it drops off. Next we have Limewise.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the Mitie organisers for inviting us once again. It's always great to be here. I see a lot of familiar faces, and it's great to meet everyone else who I haven't met before. For those of you who don't know us, well, a lot of you in the room do use Linewise already, but for those of you who don't, cyber safety issues for students and for schools are continuously evolving. What we do as a partner is help keep up with that evolution in issues and help schools evolve with the times in their cyber safety efforts. So we do everything from web filtering to classroom internet management to parental control tools at home, all the way to monitoring software and everything else that you probably can imagine, along with YSafe, cyber safety education at school. So yeah, that's pretty much who we are and what we do. Thanks for those who came to see us today. If you haven't spoken to us yet, please find us at linewise.io. But otherwise, for the prize, we got Sennheiser Accentum wireless headphones with customizable sound and active noise cancellation. And that prize goes to James Zambra. Hey.
And finally, our last sponsor is Central.
Hello everybody, my name is David Wilkin, I'm from Central. I've been involved in education for the last 8 years, recently moved across to Central, but kept my relationship with Mitie, and I have attended plenty of these events in the last 8 years. Central for me, having worked for someone else and then looked at Central, why I wanted to move across and work for them. Australian-based school management software platform, established for 25 years. They're based up in Chatswood, New South Wales, which worked out well for me, being able to travel there and work with people like Michael, who are our customer care manager in Chatswood. We have an open API library, and we only work with the best-in-breed solutions so that they can plug into us and make the school experience more better. And in keeping with today's theme, we have a 38-page change management document available for all of you. So you can simply jump onto the Central site, it'll be available, or contact us. And our prize beats the Batmobile. It's a DeLorean from Back to the Future, and the winner will be Zach Mumro.
So we're almost there, folks. Look, I just want to thank the sponsors again for just being a part, supporting the Mitie community. Again, we can't do this without you, and so we're so grateful for what you guys do. And look, I just want to thank St. Catherine's and the team, David's team. You guys put on amazing facilities here. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. Oh, I'm grateful that we had it here. I mean, with this crazy weather outside, I can't imagine like walking from the auditorium of somewhere and then going to wherever we're going to do lunch. Obviously, if you've been to many Mitie conferences, there's been different, the different schools have different kind of setups, and sometimes you have to kind of walk out in the wild, to get to the next location. So it's nice that everything's contained. So thanks, St. Catherine's team. Also, I want to thank the speakers again. I mean, we can't run these things without people putting their hand up to kind of speak at these events. And it's been just fantastic. I've learned a lot. I'm going to have to go through my notes again. I might have to reach out to you for some of those PowerPoint presentations as well. I think that'll be very helpful. But more importantly as well, thank you to the community here that we have. I mean, there's no point having a Mitie conference if we don't have a Mitie community, So I'm very grateful that you slotted a time in your, a day you invested for this event. We have more coming this year, so stay checking on the website. please post on the forums and share your experiences. Obviously, that is our bread and butter, is the forums, and I'm so grateful for the collaborative community that we have there. But look, otherwise, stay safe on the road, or if you're taking the train, stay safe. And look, we'll see you next time. Yeah, you didn't, yeah.